Good morning and welcome along to the MODUS Super Series for what is the last week before a little break for the Christmas period. Glenn Durrant joins me. Great way to lead up. It's like an advent calendar every day of brilliant darts action, isn't it?
Absolutely. Can't wait to get started, and the guys downstairs look really up for it. Yeah,
they certainly do. More on who is playing this week in a few moments. But first, let's kick off your Monday morning with a little reminder of how the format works.
Introducing the MODUS Super Series, an exciting new weekly darts competition featuring top international players competing for more than £1 million in fees and prize money. There is a new MODUS Super Series champion every 13 game weeks. So how does it work? 12 players compete every game week with live footage of every match broadcast 6 days per week. Group matches take place Monday to Friday in morning and evening slots as players compete in a series of eliminators. The 6 qualifying players contest the finals every Saturday evening. Round-robin group matches are followed by semi-finals and the final, producing a new winner each week. Every 13th week, the winners from the previous 12 weeks contest the MODUS Super Series Champions Week. The winner takes home the MODUS Super Series title and earns £20,000 first prize, and after Champions Week, action starts again for week 1 of the next series.
Well explained there by whoever that man was, but this man, Glenn Durrant, is going to provide expert analysis this week alongside Matthew Edgar in commentary. And just a quick word on the format before we get into the highlights from last week and this week's action. It is quite brutal, isn't it? A race to just 4 legs.
Yeah, there's a couple of debutants as well this week. So what I would say to them is not to panic. That's what I've learned about the MODUS Super Series. You can't lose it on day one, but you know, if I was playing in it today, I'd be looking to try to win at least 3 of my 5 games there. But you do get the opportunity this week. So for me, don't panic.
He's done this before, by the way, because a debutant that didn't panic last week went and won the weekly title. Let's see what happened on Saturday night. ADC qualifier Adam Atkinson grew into the week, but his hopes were ended in the group stage with defeat to Peter Jakes. Irish prospect Dylan Slevin's victory over Chaz Barstow saw the much-fancied Winchester man depart before the knockouts. Semi-final 1, and Yorkshire Terrier Jakes got the better of New Zealand's Ben Robb, who now heads off to open the World Darts Championship. Also Alexandra Palace bound Australian Raymond Smith, who reached the last 16 last year, got past Slevin in the semi-finals before going on to complete a dominant display across the entire week with a final victory over Jakes. The Guru in good form for another Ali Pali rally and through to Champions Week. Yeah, Glenn, he is through to Champions Week and a very deserving winner. Won Group A, won finals night, textbook stuff.
Very, very impressive. I was on New Zealand radio yesterday talking about Ben Robb as well, and I did say Raymond Smith really excelled, and yeah, he's very, very dangerous.
Let's have a look at that those winners for Champions Week for the lineup for the field. 7 of them now through. Raymond Smith, I have to say, I was probably more impressed with him than anybody else so far. Would you agree?
Totally. It's nice to see Colin Osborne, Graham Usher there. You know, just it's big news, the MODUS Super Series, where we're from now. But yeah, I'm totally unanimous with that. That Raymond Smith, for me, is the standout name there.
Yeah, one of a couple of international players. Alexander Merckx winning week 2. Colin Osborne, as you mentioned. Graham Usher as well, some good northern talent up there, and even further north, Jim McEwen.
Yeah, it's great. It's very diverse, very cosmopolitan there, and that's exactly what we need. And yeah, and again, we've got cosmopolitan as a capital words today with the 3 Dutchies in today.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at that then, the lineup for this week. 3 groups, as always. Has been a little bit of a change. Kai Fan Lung is now playing in Group B. Luke Getty coming into Group A, as you can see there. 2 ADC qualifiers in this match as well. They're going to play in the first game. But a couple of players you probably know quite well, Chris Landman and Richard Veenstra.
Yeah, and Willem Mandigers as well. So that takes me back to the old BDO days. Now, I've chatted with all 6 this morning. Like I said, they're all right up for it. So it was good to find out who's in good form. Yeah, look out for Chris Landman. He said he's playing as good as ever.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing Leonard Gates later in the week as well. On Group A then, Glenn, go on, give us a prediction. Who do you expect to see winning on Wednesday?
I'll go with Richard Veenstra. That was my gut feeling when I walked in this morning. He's in good spirits down there. Fantastic player. Has he underachieved a little bit? Possibly, but he's a top class player.
Yeah, broke the record for the highest average at the Lakeside World Championship earlier this year. We'll see him in a short while, but first it's a battle between the two ADC qualifiers this week. Adam Warner, the man you can see throwing his darts right now, and probably slightly better known, Glenn, Tony Newell, the bear who's had a tour card before.
Yeah, I've just sort of interviewed both of them today as part of, get myself ready today. And yeah, Tony's story, we know a lot about. Wait till you find out a little bit more about Adam, but it's very, very interesting.
Well, the best way to find out is to get the darts on. So Glenn's going to head downstairs and he's going to join Matthew Edgar. Morning, Matt.
Chris, thank you. Yeah, we've got two players here representing the ADC system, the amateur dart circuit, doing well on that. Tony Newell, someone we've seen many times before, played in 4 UK Opens. He has got through Q School on 3 separate occasions and actually missed out on getting through a 4th time. Missed out on countback. That was just 3 legs, costing Tony Newell. Playing with his 26-gram custom darts, hoping that these take him to the next level. Adam Warner from Sheffield actually began his darts career in the uni scene.
To throw first.
Uni darts is a scene that is sort of growing at the moment and sort of booming. We're seeing more people coming through that, and Adam Warner, the first one really who's came through that sort of uni dart system to really kick on and sort of cross over into the professional and the semi-professional ranks. He did get to the UK Open this year through winning the Liverpool Riley's qualifier. But I'm now joined by Glenn Durrant for the first time today. Glenn, good morning.
Yeah, good morning to everybody. Like I said, my name is Glenn Durrant, the 2-time world master, the 3-time Finder master, the 3-time Lakeside champion, 2-time Pro Tour winner, and the Premier League champion. And sat next to me, Matt Edgar, the Daventry Open Christmas Handicap Mixed Pairs quarter-finalist.
I also won the raffle that day as well.
Me and Matt have had a good opportunity to speak to the players this morning. Like I said, there's quite a few of the players I've played
96
in the BDO circuit with, so watch out for some very fast, speedy darts from all 3, Veenstra, Landman and Mandigers, all super quick players, like many of the Dutch players are.
45.
Yeah, it seems to be a bit of a breeding thing over there, doesn't it? You've got to be able to chuck your darts quite fast. Tony Newell's going to be hoping to chuck them quite well.
55.
He has informed us he does intend to have one more bash at Q School. We have mentioned he got through 3 times in the past, so he certainly knows how to get through Q School.
60. Which only record 155.
Quite a challenge in itself.
Yeah, I played him in 2019. He's a lovely guy. And so many players are talking about the ADC
97.
Now. And you're looking at the 2022 ADC champion at Reading. Went in as the 13th seed. Won the 2 grand prize, but so many players are now focusing on this ADC with MODUS Super Series being a big target for them. So fat 18 to settle his nerves early doors. And double 10.
Game shot on the first leg.
And when it's your darts, Matt, you sort of set yourself a target of like a 15, 18 darter just to settle those nerves, especially with Adam, sort of being on his debut as well, and you just want to sort of get on top of him straight away. So Tony will be feeling really good right now. Adam mustn't panic. It's his darts now, and he'll be loving that opening dart.
Yeah, I think for Tony, obviously he's got the experience, he's played on the Pro Tour, he's had some big wins on the Pro Tour as well over his time, and he's played in this format before in the predecessor of this, a live league in Southampton, so he's got experience of this. He will see this as an opportunity to get points on the board early.
What else I found fascinating was the players who've been to Southampton, they feel like they're a debut here because it's so different here at Portsmouth. They said the stage and everything is just absolutely fantastic, and Tony was amazed when he walked out how professional and how wonderful that stage and conducive to wonderful darts. And he was really up for giving his best darts today, but both have settled okay.
Yeah, I can confirm that. Obviously, I've seen and been in both venues.
100.
They are completely opposite, contrasting sort of venues. The one thing that stays the same, though, is the format. And this format when you're looking at playing 5 games across a day where you might even have to play after losing,
100. Adam, you require
this is something that Tony Newell
170.
have a bit of experience on and could really come into his favour when you look at the debutants we've got here this week.
Yeah, I always feel it's tough if you're playing on the Monday to try and, get there on the Saturday
99.
to win it. But Colin Osborne, he got through. And last week I thought Raymond Smith was absolutely unbelievable all week. And for me, has been the best player I've seen in this event.
171.
There's some
Adam, you
pressure from
require
Tony Newell. He's a
71.
double after 12. This is textbook darts so far, really, from Tony Newell. And he's asking the questions of Adam Warner. Does he have the answers?
39.
Very likeable guy,
Adam, you
Adam.
require 36.
But all that pressure, that 171, what a setup that was. And that bulbous barrel. 99, we don't like 99.
Game shown the
Tony
second
Newell
leg.
does.
Tony Newell.
A lovely start. It was great chatting with him. He's just bought a home.
Tony to throw first.
He's working very,
Game
very
on.
hard right now. His sort of dart is pretty much a real hobby. I know exactly how he feels when he said in the Pro Tour, when you're not winning, it's very difficult, very lonely.
99.
You're not doing your job well, and began to hate playing the Pro Tours. So I could sort of understand exactly how he was feeling about that after the sort of the year I played in, where it's a very, very lonely place. But he said he's got the enjoyment back, and that's all because of the ADC. He's targeting that, and he's going to give the Q School, as Matt just said,
40.
another go after qualifying previously. But he said he's really enjoying his game right now.
I think that's the one thing about things such as the Pro Tour, because you get that lag, don't you? It's not just the defeat there and then, it's walking out the venue, driving home
57.
that evening, the next day.
Yeah.
The whole process till when you go back and play again.
Yeah, and losing to players you feel you're better than, he said. There was games there. He said when he went in
45.
2014, his first week, he went and he beat Peter Wright. He said when you're on a high, especially after coming through Q School, you're playing well to get through that. And then you go to your first Pro Tour, you draw Peter Wright, you're not afraid, and he beat him.
140.
But by 2019, he was just making the numbers up, and he hated every second. Very left-eye dominant. Have you seen the way he brings that dart right across his face
100.
there?
Yeah, and with that, he's almost throwing with opening up the shot. The shoulder blade's going to contract and relax within the throw, which is just going to give him a little bit of inconsistency, and he's just going to make the dart kick slightly to the left.
Yeah, the word I've got written down here is potential for inconsistency, so totally agree with you there, Matt. Both settling very nicely.
139.
Both just shy of 90
And
average.
you require 104.
And for the opening day on a Monday, you just want to get them 2 points under the belt. But really impressive, this lad, a fat 20.
72.
Well, he's
And he
very, very
requires
likeable guy
78.
coming through the university. Who's talking? But 78 here for Tony. This would be treble 14 now. He's made hard work of that.
Yes.
And I think Adam deserves a shot at this
38.
double 16 here.
And you require 32.
Even though he's 2-0 down, I've been quite impressed. He's settled well. Very, very inexperienced in the game. But when you play on a stage like this, you can't buy this experience. But you already feel this double 16 has to
Game's
go.
on
He'll
the
be
third
feeling good
leg.
about himself. And
Adam Warner.
reflected in that celebration there.
Yeah, he gave us a half Gerwin price, didn't he? There, he's
Full flag it.
He's
Adam to throw
kind of a bit of a
first.
stature about him,
Game
which could
on.
obviously give him a little bit of presence as well. He's sort of carrying himself quite well on there. He's portraying a very confident man.
Yeah, likeable Sheffield guy. Sheffield Steel, 25-year-old. And if
100.
Bradley Brooks or Willie Borland are watching, you inspired him to pick up a set of darts last year when Willie got the 9-darter. He was just playing darts for fun in the
80.
university in Sheffield and has really took it seriously, followed the ADC route. And where there's a tournament, he'll be there. And he was even up my way in Middlesbrough, so he's done a
45.
bit of travelling. And he's loving his darts right now.
What do you say about when there's a tournament over there? The ADC have recently announced their Open Series for next year, which is an
40.
extended Open Series. And they've also introduced women's darts and women's tours as well. So opportunities for all genders, all players to go and have an opportunity there playing some darts in Manchester, Bridlington, Middlesbrough and Bristol. Plenty of events
96.
Big prize money and obviously the opportunity to get yourself here like Tony Newell and Adam have to come play darts on the TV at the MODUS Super Series where you could be playing for this week's weekly prize of £5,000. And if you take that £5,000, you also get the golden ticket. The golden ticket putting you through to Champions Week where you'll be playing for £20,000. So if you're wondering what your darting journey could look like in 2023, get yourself over to the ADC and you can literally map it all the way to the same place Conan Whitehead was just a couple of weeks ago.
And what a change for Conan Whitehead. You know, it was around about February time. I think he was just fed up with the game. But when you get that pathway, when you get that opportunity, well, now he's said he's playing the dart of his life right now. And that's what so many people have probably seen, that journey of Conan. I fancy a bit of that. And
60.
the partnership with ADC and MODUS Super Series is something that the players are really enjoying. I was laughing next door because Luke Getty was trying to explain the ADC to Willem Mandigers there. So
97.
I'm sure the ADC guys have got one eye on the Dutch market as well. So with Adam on 59, he's sort of shaking his head a little bit, but the way he throws it at, I would have thought that was a nice dart for him.
132.
Leg 2, Adam Werner was on a
required 59.
shot to hold his throw, and Tony Newell putting that great 171 to leave him on the double. Applied the pressure. He's done it again here.
Game shot.
Great composure there from Adam Werner, which I think is pretty much what we can say about him, isn't it? That composure, that presence. He doesn't seem fazed by this experience or by this challenge.
Tony to throw
very
first.
clinical. Just looking at his darts, they look a real old-fashioned tungsten. Whereas Tony's, they're so bulbous and fat. I think you would struggle to get 3 of them in the treble. But if you have a look at Adam's darts, they look like a real old tungsten. Literally been playing a year.
9.
So as everyone's preparing themselves for the Ali Pali, and you sit down and you're wondering that you fancy doing it yourself and you fancy your journey. Adam a year ago was not playing darts at all. Just picking his darts up for fun in the university. And here he is now at the MODUS Super Series. It could be you.
You mentioned a word earlier that I think is perfect for this situation. Pathway.
125.
Picked his darts up for a bit of fun. Most people who get into darts, they think it's played in a pub or a bar or the PDC. They don't realise there's this whole system and this development in between. I think what the ADC have done is allow you to see, because obviously when we did it was Super League, it was County, you had to commit to a system for 6 months, a year, 2 years before you started getting these opportunities. Now you can literally go on, I'm going to go to Manchester, pop along to there, you win one of those, you'll be down here playing in the Super Series.
Yeah, the opportunities are there now, and like you've just rightly said, boys, girls, men, ladies, you know, there's opportunities for everybody right now. You know, the game is bouncing, and it's only going to get bigger over the next 3 or 4 weeks, where, you know, the audience of the world, the most cosmopolitan world championships we've ever seen. So it's just going to get more people involved, more people enjoying it. But from the amateur perspective, this is a fantastic opportunity for people.
And again, when you look at the word pathway, before it was, you got your tour card, or there wasn't really much opportunity out there. We look at someone like Tony Newell, who dropped off the tour and said he can enjoy his darts again now.
Double 16.
80. Tony Rock 136.
I've been quite impressed with Adam, Matt. Well, what a finish this would be. I've talked about how difficult it is to get 2 trebles in. What a dart this will be.
120.
And that 1 dart, millimetres, can change a game.
32.
Look at the wry smile on Adam. Thanking his lucky stars. You've got 3 darts at this 32 now. Already, big moment. Composure needed.
24.
Millimetres. And that's what I say to people.
16.
It's all about just that. Finding that double now, that target now. Because at this moment, the only important thing now is the 2 points. Now, if that was the last game on Wednesday,
Adam, you require 8.
there'll be no names. But the opening match on a Monday morning, for me, is probably one of the most difficult matches of the week.
Well, you're fighting for position, aren't you? And I think what we're seeing here
Game show on
He's,
the fifth leg.
again, great composure from
Warner.
Adam. Really just reset himself. Obviously, the heart was beating. He was just taking a couple of breaths there and getting things under control. But
Six
I
leg,
think
it's Adam to
the
throw
other
first.
advantage that Adam's going to
Game
have this
on.
week is the lack of scar tissue. Now, you didn't know when them first two trebles went in, you'd stand at the back of the stage and you think, oh, here we go again. Yeah, I'm going to get my pocket pinched.
100.
Have a look at that patch on his shirt as well, double 16. I think sort of one of the Doggy Dawson, who I'm sort of big follower of. And he
81.
swears by the double 16. I think it's Steve Buck. And I've seen who runs these competitions. I've seen Carl Wilkinson playing them, and Peter Jakes, Graham Hall, you know, all guys who have played on this MODUS Super Series.
95.
And yeah, Adam said they're absolutely fantastic. And he wears that patch with pride.
Again, further evidence to the amount of opportunity that is out there now for the modern dart player.
100.
It'll be interesting to see if Adam goes down in the 19s here. Let's have a little look, because that's the sensible way to go now. But considering he's only been playing a year, I'd be consider he'll go back up to treble 20 now. Because if this treble 20 goes in, it would leave the big fish.
96.
Sensible darts. Very likeable. Very impressed.
Whenever you're in this situation where you are throwing first for the match, you think in your head, don't you? You think 15 darts.
55.
If I can go out in 15, my opponent's got to go in 12. And then if you do get a trebleless visit there, like Tony's just had, it just buys you the opportunity to go 18.
139.
I think you're absolutely right once again, Matt. And I really totally get what you said about this, the scar tissue as well. And if he is thinking right,
57.
71, 6
And he requires
darts.
71.
It's yours to lose now, Adam. He'll go on the 13s. So fat 18. And no need to panic just yet.
31.
He set it up. If someone had offered him, you're going to get 3 darted tops to win the game, you'd have done that. And Tony's sort of beating himself up. And as a player, Adam would be, you know, he'd be looking at it and think, I've got you.
Yeah, Tony's just lost that vertical line a little bit
135.
towards the back end of this game. And it's clean up Adam an opportunity. 3 darts for the match.
I've got to say, it's a very enjoyable first game. Very impressive Adam Warner for tops.
Game
And a very
shot
impressive
of the
win.
match.
Clinical.
Adam Warner.
Chatting to him earlier. Very, very impressive. He'll be delighted with the 2 points. A great start for the young man. Well done, Adam Warner.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series on this Monday morning. A good solid start for Adam Warner in that one, the Sheffield man. As Glenn and Matthew Edgar have been saying in commentary, only really been playing darts for a year or so, but certainly showed that he's up to the standard of the Super Series with a 4-2 victory over Tony the Bear Newell. The checkouts for both players, not the highest, but sure that will improve as the day goes on, but effective from Adam Warner, who put in a decent last leg to pick up the first 2 points of the week. Also in this group, Willem Mandigers and Luke Getty, but before that, we're going to see a Dutch duel between Chris Landman and Richard Veenstra. Two very, very talented players that we know plenty about in comparison to the ADC qualifiers that we saw in the game before. Now, Veenstra, in particular, is a very well-known name in the WDF circuit. He actually broke the record for the highest average at the Lakeside World Championship earlier this year. That record was in standing for almost 2 decades. He beat Barney's record when he posted 104.91 against Luke Littler earlier this year. He also actually just missed the double for a 9-darter that would have been the first in almost 30 years. The man throwing darts now, though, is Chris Landman, the former Lakeside quarter-finalist. He went to Ali Pali last year and he actually beat a former Lakeside world champion in straight sets, but it wasn't Glenn Durrant, so he'll be happy about that. It was actually Scott Mitchell, another one of our commentary team here at the MODUS Super Series. I'm sure he'll be watching on the farm as well, so sorry to remind you this morning, Scott. I'm sure it's not the easiest morning, battling the elements, and to be reminded of that is probably not much fun, but we will have fun watching this pair of players, and Glenn Durrant seems to be having fun in the commentary box alongside Matthew Edgar already. And he also won something last night at the staff Christmas party. I believe Glenn filled up the bingo card as well, so it's been a great week, Glenn. Carry on.
Excited with a single line, disappointed with the execution of the present, but the can of Coke I'll be drinking right now in celebration of that. Really excited to see this game. I've been telling Matt how quick both of these players are. Two really nice guys. And I'm going to try and build this game up as good as possible. I know it's very early in the morning right now, but two wonderful players here. Players I've played before. And 4 years to the day I beat Richard Veenstra in the Finder Masters final. And he was such a gentleman. You couldn't meet a nicer guy than the guy in your picture right now.
And the thing is as well, they're experienced.
Game on.
They both had a good bit of big game experience, big stage experience, like Chris Murphy said a minute ago. That Chris Landman winning at Ali Pali last year. We've seen Richard Veenstra in Lakeside for, well, it seems like forever. He's been sort of a part of the furniture down there.
You know, I use the word upstairs with Chris that Richard Veenstra is maybe he's underachieved a little. The guy is a phenomenal talent. And like many of us, you know, he's got a job, he's got a beautiful family, and that's probably his priority. And it is his priority. But he could have done so much better. And he's still a young man.
180.
And, you know, he's got every chance to go as far as he wants to win the game if he's practicing hard. Whereas Chris Landman, if you want a bit of fun,
60.
Go and check on YouTube. The day Glenn Durrant thought he'd won the Isle of Man Open against Chris Landman in the final.
59.
Bellowed out a yes, get in there, because I'd always wanted to win the Isle of Man, only to see that the double wasn't in. So that's my memory of Chris Landman and how quick, how absolutely blisteringly quick he is.
60.
No panic there, just nice and sensible, leave a 2-darter. And like you said, Chris was probably looking at a 15 to 18 darter opening leg.
140.
You already feel it's a must hit now. It's great. And it's a lovely feeling. That's 60, that's 60 finish. And the way his dart sort of sits as well, it just sort of conjures. If you're wondering what's happening there, it's just a couple of seconds between each leg.
Richards to throw first.
Like I said, both are debutants here. So Chris will be delighted to win his darts.
Well, you mentioned that both players are quite fast. That leg was completed in 17 darts, where it took just 1 minute, 24 seconds to get the first chalk on the board.
140.
I was waiting for your conclusion. That's what it takes you to throw 3 darts. Boring, does it?
96.
So they're not real aimers, you know, for people watching now. If you're wondering, you know, some players you get, you know, slower players where they're actually aiming for the target, and that's probably a crazy statement. Where these are all about fluency, these are all about rhythm, and usually when one goes in, you know, the others follow. You know, sort of, you know, like a bit like Michael Smith. You just stand behind him sometimes, and it's just ridiculously easy for him. And when the first one goes in, you just know that the others are going to follow.
Now, the thing you do get with players like this is the tendency to miss the 3 darts at the double.
180. Christopher,
Second leg of this game, 1 apiece. But you tend to find combination shots like that 60 that we've just seen are more likely to go than Chris Landman coming back with 3 darts at tops.
And I'll be talking so much this week about this type of finish. Anything between sort of 64 and 79 is what I used to practice. And he got away with that. And if you wonder what I mean by that, is that first dart going into the 8 was a really disappointing one. Treble 16 he was going for, but the saviour there was the bullseye. We've got parity already, 1-1. I think this game could go all the way.
Well, you mentioned those shots. Those shots are the difference between the levels.
100.
Those, I would say anything from 62 up. Because 61 can still be done with a 25 and you've got different targets. As soon as you get to those 62 up shots, if you don't get that first dart in the treble, although 62 doesn't sound like a big shot, you get 1 dart a double. Because you've got to burn the other dart to get the 30 points needed.
Yeah, I used to hear the commentators in my mind saying, because my strength was around that mark.
140.
Why was it my strength? Because I put hours and hours and hours practicing from 61 to 81, just hours and hours on the board.
60.
And I always say to people when I'm, you know, doing the coaching or chatting to people is, I remember at Premier League standing next to Price, Van Geur, when they're just going 180, 180, 180. But I just stuck to my principles of just nailing them finishes. I always felt at the top of my game, you know, that was my strength. I felt like I was the best in the world around that area because I put the time in.
One of the best players in the world, average around the 100 and
60,
over. Both these guys
66.
over the 100 mark in this game. This is a quality battle. And that score just brought Veenstra below the 100. A good quality affair, which is exactly what
50.
Glenn Durrant said it would be at the very
96.
start.
And this is all about the first dart. And that's perfect. So 2 darts, a double. And when you're nailing finishes like that, you just see the reaction from him there. He knows the implications of that. You know, he's playing a good friend, probably his travelling partner this week.
Fourth leg is Richard to throw
when you see your partner sort of
on.
miss and mess around with that 66 finish and you ping that 96, it's a wonderful feeling. Quality affair already.
140.
I think they might have actually travelled together because I was just checking out their social media profiles before we done. They both had the same tweet out on the way over, which was on my way to Portsmouth.
125.
And we are very big on our social media here. You can catch us at MSS Darts on all your social media platforms.
Yes, I've just shot one in there. I think one thing about me and Matt being here this week, we both love our social media.
45.
Interact with us. I've just asked on Twitter there, any question. Me and Matt will answer any question, whether it's about you as a player, as about the MODUS Super Series.
58.
Get your questions in. Let's have some dialogue this week. Let's have a little bit of fun. But most importantly, watching some fantastic darts.
59.
Yeah, this is kind of top quality, really, that you're going to be seeing here.
57.
Both high in those 90s, but also we've not seen a missed dart or a double yet in this game.
100.
People have this obsession with averages as well, but for me, averages equals your doubles percentage many of the time.
58.
Especially with the younger players, I think there's this, like I say, real obsession. I try to just say the most important is the win-loss ratio. And right now,
100.
these would take an 80 average just for them 2 points. You just want to be up and running in the MODUS Super Series. You know, the Monday is really important. You can lay a foundation. You know, if I was playing in it today, I'd be aiming for 3 wins, 2 losses.
72.
4 wins is really good. And just look at that finish they're on already. You remember how many times I'll be saying this week?
32.
And now watch this. If this goes in now, this is the beauty of darts. So Landman misses by a millimetre. And then he stands behind and he's probably thinking, there goes the treble 16.
Game
We know
show
where
the
this is
fourth
going, and
leg.
that's how hard. So
Richard
keep an eye on
Veenstra.
Chris Landman there. How's he feeling? He's absolutely gutted. He ruined his 66 last time, and then wires the
I think it's
72.
Chris to throw first.
And myself and
Game
Matt will be talking how important these clutch finishes are this week, and they can determine games. And what should be 2-2
100.
is 3-1. Big, big difference.
$60.
Landman does have the advantage of throw, though, in this one. And when you look
60.
at the stats, there's not much between them. But you mentioned about the stats and the obsession and things with averages. Wouldn't you like to see a little bit further in terms of the average? I would like to see things like
100.
functionality, control of a game, those sort of stats and numbers. And we see this with other sports. I know when I've been watching the World Cup, some of the stats that
60.
come up and you think, that's a really good bit of stats. And, for example, a player comes to the board with 3 darts in the hand and they get with a third dart, we go 33%. Oh, they could up their double percentage. But actually, they've not lost any control on that match because their opponent's not had another
45.
visit to the board. And I'd like to see some sort of stats around the level of control that a player has on a game rather than just the bare raw numbers.
140.
That's the beauty you're going to get with me and Matt this week. We're not going to agree on everything. Like I said, my obsession is a win-loss ratio. That's all I want to hear.
61.
But 61, you'll probably look at the bullseye area, and that's the only negative there. So fat 3. And for a big 2 points,
57. Chris require 96.
and look where he's leaving, 96. All about that first dart. Can he replicate
Game show
what
the fifth leg.
Veenstra did?
Chris
Absolutely.
Landman.
They've played each other 5 times, Matt. It's 3-2 to Chris Landman over the 5 matches. But interestingly enough, in
Richard to throw
2022,
first. Game on.
Landman's won both games. The British Open and the England National Singles. So it's been an advantage to Landman
60.
recently. And Veenstra saw the winning line there. Now it's just about concentration and seeing out the game.
60.
You'd be delighted not to hear any treble left because right at this point, treble-less
55.
visits, especially the quality of these players now, that'll be punished in my opinion. Just look at the speed, the way them darts going in.
Sometimes when you sense that opportunity, it actually becomes a little bit harder. And you sort of feel that Veenstra might be feeling that right now.
125.
Well, if little Richard's watching, run through the line, he told me, in an airport. I think I'd lost the final. I think it was in Jersey. I think I lost to Scott Mitchell in Jersey, and he went, Glenn, sometimes you see the finishing line and you don't run through it. And honestly, it was one of the best pieces of advice I've ever had. And I used to think of that when I was getting close, like Veenstra just had there. Treble 17.
137.
Quality match.
161.
This is not disappointing.
Quality reply as well. He went 3-1 down. He looked in all sorts of trouble. Veenstra gave himself a match dart.
Required 24.
And now if Landman can take this,
Game show on the sixth
he's
leg.
going to push us
Chris
all the way.
Landman.
He's got the advantage of throw back, and he goes back to being favourite to win this game when not too long ago he was facing a match dart.
7th and final leg is Chris to throw first. Game on.
I think he was favourite to win the group this morning.
85.
Very slightly. Landman favourite to win the group. Veenstra slightly behind him in terms of the odds, but not in terms of the
59.
dosometer. You had him as the favourite to win this one.
I knew there was nothing between these two. I was asked by Chris upstairs, who I fancied to go through the group, and Veenstra just got the edge. But there's nothing to split these two.
180.
Just when you think you've got the game, as Chris Landman was thinking there, Veenstra pings that 180. To hear that dulcet tone of Owen Binks there with his 180. Absolutely faultless, these guys who are working behind the scenes. The production team, everything is just absolute first class. And the players will be loving this opportunity.
Reactive and responsive again there from Chris Landman. After the 180 comes back with a 1-2-1.
Richard,
I think this is going to be something that's going to put him in good stead here in Group A. This is a 3-day group.
It is advantage to Veenstra, but the treble 18 or the bullseye there, it's just a little bit scrappy and messy. He had a big chance there. So just when you thought Landman was out, he'd probably be how to use the 19s at that point.
And you require 83.
Something I would sort of talk about Chris the rest of the week, but so it looks like 16. Another dart for the match.
58.
Got hit the bull once in this game.
76.
Remember the 72 I've talked about? He's going to get one dart, a double top for the match.
Game
Chris Landman,
shot on
quality
the
affair,
match.
clinical
Chris
dart at the double.
Landman.
Superb game. Veenstra will be back.
Well, what a game that was before the break. That Dutch battle living up to the billing given by Glenn Durrant there. Both players producing an excellent opening performance on their debuts at the MODUS Super Series. Chris Landman, though, getting over the line 4-3. In a match that he trailed 3-1, Richard Veenstra produced a brilliant bullseye finish for a 72 to rescue that shot. Then he followed it with a 96. That was matched by Landman to stay in it at 3-2 behind, and he was 4 out of 5 on his doubles in the end. Slightly better than Veenstra, and that was the difference. Small margins in the game, and he picks up 2 points in that battle between the two Netherlands natives. And the third Dutchman in the group is about to get his campaign underway again on debut here at the Super Series. Willem Mandigers. He's going to take on Luke Getty, who you may have seen in the previous carnation of this tournament when he played at the Live League in Southampton. But a first step onto the stage for Getty, a local player from the Portsmouth area, just stepping towards the Oki now. Has played some Challenge Tour stuff in the past. Mandigers behind him, though, perhaps better known, a Lakeside quarter-finalist 3 years ago. He's won 3 ranking titles as well in the WDF. It was actually 2019 when Willem Mandigers reached the quarter-finals at the Lakeside. A very good year for one of our commentary team, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Matthew Edgar reached the quarter-finals of Players' Championship 4, didn't you, Matt?
Oh, I didn't even... I'll take that. That can put that on my raffle win, and this has been a good morning for me so far.
I was sat like a peacock there, Chris, waiting for you to bring me in there. A little bit unfair, and another great game here. Luke Getty, as you see, 35-year-old local player. Lovely having a chat with him this morning. His biggest win was when Simon Whitlock was number 4 in the world. He said, "I've got him in my pocket now, Glenn." Absolutely loves his county darts. We had, last time I was here, when there was a big following of Lancashire players to come to watch Lisa Ashton on the finals night, on Saturday night. So come and join us this week, this Saturday night. Tickets are free. Just check out dartshop.tv. You can get 5 minutes with Matt Edgar's the first prize. Second prize is 10 minutes with Matt Edgar. Now, interesting, Willem Mandigers. Very, very interesting chat with him. Absolutely silky smooth throw. Lovely guy, but he said he's not been playing his best darts for a long time. Just look at that throw. You tell me. You tell me why he's not won a Lakeside Championship with that throw. It's absolutely, when you stand behind him, you think he's just never going to miss. But he said, Glenn, I haven't played good darts for 2 to 3 years now. He said, COVID didn't really help me, didn't pick up my darts through the whole period. But my job as a pundit, and Willem Mandigers from 2 or 3 years would have been a red-hot favourite for this game. But speaking to him this morning, it was more negative rather than positive. So he's going to use this week as a real platform for himself of getting back to where he wants to be.
Yeah, I was in the room while that chat was going on, and I'm not sure I'd have used the word negative. I would have used the word more uncertain. He didn't seem sure of what he was going to go and do or what he wanted. It was, I might do this, I might do that, I'll see how this goes. There was uncertainty within his plans and uncertainty within what he expects.
60.
Yeah, a lot of the the headlines will be Richard Veenstra and Chris Landman, especially after that last game there. But like I said, a couple of years ago, I would have had my 5 pence on Willem Mandigers to get through this group.
You won't spend 5 pence.
Well, a penny a week then. That first dart fell out there.
70.
So he's set up nicely. And once again, we talked about opening up the session with a 15 darter. Well, after 15 darters left tops, very acceptable. And Luke Getty.
54. Willem, you require
have a little look at his throw in a second. Look, Willem.
Game shown.
He'd be very happy with that 17 darter, Matt. That's exactly sort of what you want to do. Get up and running. And that negativity I felt probably is a little bit unjustified because, he looks in good shape. Like I said, with that throw, it's for me, it's just about hard work and dedication, really, because they're fundamentally sound. Whereas Luke's throw's a little bit different. Well, that head really goes to the right.
21.
Let's have a look. So we get some fantastic camera shots this week, and I'll try and analyse the throw as we go along this week. But Luke's, just watch his head go right to the side, Matt. What do you think of that?
Not a fan of that, to be honest. It's like sinking into the throw, isn't it? It changes quite a lot of the lines. We can see the angle from the eye all the way down to the elbow, coming almost pointing down to the floor. The only thing that you're going to get there is lift.
And lift is not good. People say, what happened to you, Glenn? Well, lift was my big problem. My elbow was reaching the ceiling on point of delivery of throwing that dart.
45.
So many people are using these flights and stems now. I must admit, one of my favourite videos of yours, Matt, was
180.
Willem Mitz's first max. Was when you done that test on flight stems, and it was, considering how appalling your Edgar TV is, that was one of your better videos.
You watch every episode, don't we? What are you on about?
Oh, you're doing a great job. So 63.
133.
Set up nicely with a 13 there, but...
You mentioned that he reckons he got Simon Whitlock in his pocket. I know Simon watches this, so... Hello, Simon. He said that this morning.
Good day.
It could have been the 3 bullseye Simon Whitlock approach there for the 150.
That was incredible, wasn't it?
Game shown the second leg.
Clinical.
Willem Mandigers.
Nice little 14 darter there. A 96.97 average right now. Negativity. Shut up, Durrant. You don't know what you're talking about.
Game on.
It's a lovely throw, do you agree? Simple, effective, upright.
77.
Forearm and wrist doing all the work for him.
If I have to be hypercritical, I would say that the shoulder isn't fully supportive of the arm,
134.
which often means that we're going to get a drop where the follow-through is going to end quite low. There's a good example of it on that first dart. It's almost like it's all one
60.
motion. If you look at the hand when it comes through, it's almost like it's going straight through to collect the next dart, rather than a throw as one motion and a collection of the other. So with that looping, what I'd expect to see is a couple of high fives.
Yeah. And that, again, that could be the fact that he's so quick. You know, let the follow-through do your work. Do that the job, then retrieve that. But that people think that transition of throwing a dart and collecting the dart, it's such a big point because it can affect your follow-through.
42.
Well, it stops the force in which you're propelling the dart towards the board. And like I said, it becomes more of a hook rather than a straight.
99.
So 265, if you're wondering why he's going down in the 19s there. One treble 19, two singles would have left
83.
the 170 finish there. But it's advantage Mandigers.
Oh, it's big advantage, Mandigers.
100.
Advantage on the scoreboard, advantage on the legs, advantage on the averages, the 180s. He's ticking all the boxes.
95. Willem, you require 84.
Well, one thing about this cut-through best of 7, though, it can change in an instant. Like that last game, that 96 finish. Double 11 here.
62. Luke, you require 87.
Well, both of our games so far have been comeback victories. Tony Newell went 2-0 up in the opener and lost that one to Adam Werner.
Is this the moment for Luke? We feel it's a must-hit.
69.
You can see the frustration is evident. 22, you don't want to go inside, especially now. That's not the end of the world.
16. Luke, you require 18.
And maybe when you're not match sharp, it comes to the doubles. I don't think we ever sort of lose that treble 20 area, but this double 4.
10.
Scrappy.
Willem, you require 6.
We're now entering sort of 22, 23, 24 dart legs now.
Game shown the third leg.
Like I said, my analysis
Willem
of this is
Mandigers.
Willem, when I was chatting with him, you don't ever lose that treble 20. He's practiced too long, over the years.
Fourth leg, it's Luke.
It's just when you're playing well, when you're match sharp, you're pinging those doubles like he was doing early doors. But it's not the end. You know, he's 3 from 9 on the outer ring. But he was, he's 2 from, 2 from 2 going into that one.
Well, that's just the fluency versus mastery learning styles and what you retain and what you can keep.
59.
Luke Getty, though, last minute call-up, really, for this. We was expecting to see him later on in the week, but steps in for Kai Fang Lang. Kai Fang Lang having trouble getting back. A flight cancelled. He did go over to the World Masters, which was played in Holland this weekend, won by Wesley Plazier.
He's a proper player, him.
85.
Good old-fashioned throwers, Wesley.
He's one of those players that you'd expect to be
59.
getting, or very close to getting, a tour card come January. Q School, I say come January, it's next month. It's not far away now.
Yeah.
83.
Luke up in it here at the back end of this one. Well, like I say, we have seen a couple of comeback victories. We've seen a 2-0 lead get turned over. We've seen a 3-1 lead get turned over. Could we see a 3-0 lead get turned over here? Luke Getty certainly doing the right things to get that started.
Yeah, he's unbeaten at county this year as Luke. And like I said, when we had all the Lancashire players, he beat David Evans, who's currently a Pro Tour card holder. I don't know if he's lost his card this year, David, has he?
He has at the moment, but I do believe he is first reserved for the World Championship. So if anyone
59.
drops out, David Evans will take that spot.
Lovely guy. 2 darts at tops to get back into this match.
42.
That's a bit wild.
Willem, you require 132.
This is the champagne finish. We'll probably start on the bull here.
Not for the first time, Luke Getty as well, been a bit wild on that outer ring. It's like he's not settled fully, and when you're in that position, 7-7 is not a nice place to be coming, so Mandigers needs to leave as much on this as possible.
Game shown the fourth leg. Luke Getty.
Well, we said earlier, shut up, does up. Should have Edgar this time, because Luke Getty steps up and first start polishes it off. And
Fifth leg is Willem to
he's
throw
sort of
first.
playing to
Game on.
type at the moment. From the averages and the stats and everything we've got on him so far, when we look at what he did at Q School, he averaged 77. In his
84.
Super League, he's running about a 74, which is pretty much where he's at the moment. 77 average at the moment. He's sort of playing to type. I think if there's one thing I'd say
95.
in his game, when we look at the stats, which really needs to be up, it's that front nine average, just 86 on the front nine. When we look at
96.
and compare that to the Pro Tour, that would put him bottom of all the players that have played this year. And when we look at the Challenge Tour, again, that front nine average of an 86 puts him well outside the top 100.
100.
Yeah, if you've got aspirations of being a tour card holder, 90 average used to be the aim. If you're not averaging any
93.
close to 100 now, you're going to really struggle against. The talent out there right now is absolutely phenomenal. But for amateur players, we've talked an awful lot about the opportunities that people like Luke Getty is getting today.
139.
You can't buy this, Matt. This is he'll be a much better player for this week, no matter what happens.
180. Look, we're going
What a time to
167.
find a max. His second max of the game, leaves himself on 48. Really pressures the 167. And what we've seen from Mandigers so far, you kind of expect that this is going to be
97.
game over.
You require 48.
Yeah, he did struggle on the outer ring on one leg, but 2 darts.
Game
And that's clinical.
shot
He'd be
on the
absolutely
max.
delighted for
Willem
a winning start there
Mandigers.
for Willem. Join us back when Chris Landman, who was superb in his last game, plays Adam Warner. We'll be back soon.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where all the clues so far for this week point towards Dutch domination. A thrilling match in Game 2 between Veenstra and Landman, and then Willem Mandigers getting a 4-1 win over Luke Getty in his opener. Very, very comfortable for Mandigers in that one. About exactly 3 points, in fact, higher in the averages, but it looked even more one-sided than that, to be honest. He went 3-0 up, Getty getting that 7-7 to get a leg on the board, but Mandigers comfortably getting home and picking up 2 points to join Landman, who won 4-3 against Veenstra, and Adam Warner, who beat Tony Newell 4-2. And those two players, the two victors from the first two matches, are about to go head-to-head next. The pair of them enjoying debut victories at the Super Series. Sheffield slinger Warner, one of the ADC qualifiers for this week, very happy with his work. Bit of a exhalation there and celebration up to the balcony. I'm the only person up here, so I'm not sure why he was so pleased to celebrate with me. Fellow Yorkshireman, I guess. But yeah, the Dutchman, Chris Landman, coming back from 3-1 behind there to get the better of Veenstra in what was a really good game of darts. No sluggishness for that pair, having travelled over from the Netherlands yesterday. So interested to see which way this one goes, if Warner can lift his level to find a way to win in this one, or if Landman can carry on with that kind of display that he produced in the previous match. So a duo getting ready on the hockey and a duo ready in the commentary box. Our very own double act here at the Super Series, Glenn Durrant and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Yeah, we were just chatting off air there. Both of these players were very impressive. I've got to say a little advantage to Adam Warner because I knew very little about him. Been playing 1 year, that's all. He got inspired watching Ali Pally last year with the game between Willie Ball and Bradley Brooks. And here he is a year later and he's playing Chris Landman, who said he's playing as good a darts as he's ever played. And he'd be delighted to get through that match, big match with Richard Veenstra. It's tough when you're playing a good friend as well and also someone with the quality there. So both will be feeling good. And if you're on, 4 points after 2 games, so already a big target there for both players in this game.
Well, isn't there an interesting story right there? You say that
140.
Adam Warner got inspired by the 2022 PDC World Championship to come and play, where Chris Landman was actually playing in that event.
He's like I said, he's a quality player, Chris Landman. When you played in the BDO circuit, he was one guy you didn't want to play. He's just one of them players that I've seen him play really poorly. It's all about rhythm. And I don't think he really liked my slow pace when I played him. So, the old match play really came in where I'd even slow down for another second. Because I know he just, like many of the Dutch players, they just love being at the hockey.
95.
Both of their players did win their opening games, and both was those comeback victories. So good resilience from both players. Something's got to give here, though. One of them will move to 4 points.
33.
Yeah, that's the beauty of this MODUS Super Series. If you're on 4 points as early as this,
Chris's last score.
If you're on 4 points after this, it's after 2 games, you're feeling really good, and I think you then go on and really kick in. Just a slight query with the scores here, which will be rectified very quickly.
95 I called for Chris's last score.
It's a fantastic stage, Matt, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, this is a great camera angle for seeing it as well. The lights, the stage, the setup, it's all absolutely perfect for being able to develop the dart player.
And the players are loving it. I do go back to Robert Owen, who was so prolific in this, and he said it's the closest thing he's seen to playing on a Euro stage. The lighting, the dark but the really bright board. Very reminiscent of when you play on there. In super quick time again, despite the little delay there. And I'm just about to say that if he has one weakness where Chris Landman could improve, it would normally be his doubling. In his first game against Veenstra, it was very good. So I didn't bring it there. But, the one weakness for Chris is sometimes the outer ring kind of let him down.
55.
Well, remember the breakdown I gave you of someone like Chris Landman, who's got that little bit of lift in the throw, but also has that pace. He is more liable to miss 3 darts at the double than the combination shots, which he was taking out in the opening game.
Absolutely. He'll be feeling really good about it. I'd heard good things.
Chris to throw first.
And like he said, he was the favourite to win the group this morning. And chatting with him this morning, he said, Glenn, I'm playing as good as I've ever played.
140.
And right now, he looks like the standout performer. for this guy. What experience this is. It's just, you know, you can't buy this if you get the opportunity.
100.
So many players. I mean, it's big news, the MODUS Super Series in the Northeast, and especially with the success of people like Adam Atkinson, who was here
83.
last week, Graham Usher, Colin Osborne, Tony Wood was here a few weeks ago, and many more, including my good friend. I was so proud last time I was here, Matt, when Richie Parkin nearly went all the way.
40.
I can't tell you what a big story that was back home, and you know, in his beloved Whitby, and just to see how proud he was, and straight away with his winnings, he put in his FQ skill, so it gave him the opportunity where he probably wouldn't have financially been able to go to Q school. This is not only, it's given him the belief and the financial reward to you know, to really go for it. I'm very proud of Richie Parkin. I was.
Well, the belief is something that should come from this, because what you'll see here in the Super Series is all those favourites, those front runners, those likely players. When you look at the people that are going to move on to get PDC Tour cards next month, they will all be playing this, and certainly over the coming weeks, as they'll be looking for that little bit of preparation, that little bit of game time. This is the place they're going to be.
100. Christopher 198.
So, treble 18, so just fat 20.
58.
Be happy with that.
136.
136 is a tough ask. And what's interesting for me with Adam, let's see what he's made of now. You know, that first game against Tony Newell, wonderful,
98.
great. He walked back into that room. I bet he was proud as punch. But let's see what he's, you know, what he's made of here.
Game shown the
And we
second
talked about the
leg.
problems of Chris on the outer ring,
Landman.
but not this time. Averaging just under 90. Very effective. Very clinical. Playing very well right
Adams
now.
to throw first.
Well, this is kind of a replica, a carbon copy of Adam's first game. He went 2-0 down to Tony Newell, and to be fair, wasn't really finding much, and you sort of felt like Tony Newell was just going to move on and win that game 4-0, and then he ended up winning the next 4 legs. He's had a bounce out there, he's hit the back of the stem. He's going to need some running repairs.
59.
Got an F1 over in the corner there.
That might not be a bad thing. It just feels like it's a quick delay for him. Don't rush. Just take your time. For Chris Landman, I think it's an opportunity for him, even as fluent and as quick and as elegant and as he is right now. Maybe just for both of them there, that 10-15 seconds will probably be good for both players. Certainly was for Adam right now.
100.
He messaged me
100.
as part of my research on the players. I'd noticed Adam had been to my local tournament in Middlesbrough as he was chasing the ADC. I said, can you tell me a little bit about him? And I got one reply saying, he wears chinos. Thank you, Carl Coleman.
140.
I asked him if they were new or old. He said, what do you mean? Old chino. What do you think of my singing last night?
I don't want to think about it ever again, to be honest with you. That would be the
128.
the best answer there. Thinking, Chris Landman, 5,900, and you saw there he had the first 2 darts in the treble 20. If he'd have got the 180, would have left him on
Adam, you
a no
require
finish.
134.
That's where the use of the 17 over the 19 can really become an advantage when you're starting to look at the small margins, the difference between someone who does well
56.
on the WDF Tour, does well in the Super Series,
142.
compared to somebody who'll do well on the Pro Tour.
If you watch Chris, he will stay on that treble 20. Even if he covers it.
95.
And one thing that the
Adam,
Dutch
you
are renowned
require
for
78.
is playing with the board as well, being very, very cute, very clever with the darts and the finishing. So he's going to get a dart at tops here. You feel he needs it.
58.
You can see the
Which
reaction
require
there yourself.
47.
And for a big 3-0 lead. We've talked about his problems on the outer ring.
Game shown the third leg.
Not in this leg.
Chris Landman.
It's 3-0 to Landman. Did you know an awful lot about Landman?
Chris to throw first.
Sort of the first time you've seen him up close and personal?
I've seen him play a few times, but I don't really know too much in
43.
depth about Landman. But from what I've seen so far, I've been quite impressed. He's clipping along quite well. He's been quite efficient, I think would be the word.
60.
He's been pretty faultless, to be fair. As he slides in the little one.
40.
Classic commentator's curse.
Well, he's in that part now where it gets a little bit tricky when you start getting a big lead here, and I can tell this from experience because I played in this environment a few times. And when the league table is judged on points, but also on the legs, because quite often players tie up on the points, when you start sensing that there's a big win there, your mind does just wander a little bit and you become a bit over-aggressive.
45.
Which then, when we look at the inverted U model, we know causes a slight decrease in their performance.
I just think
58.
you get thinkers, you get people, but for someone like Chris Landman, he's just, how many, is it 3 seconds per throw, would you say? He hasn't got time to think. If there's anything for Chris, I would just like to see him play around the board. I think what you'll see over the next 3 days is just how much he peppers that 20. You know, when there's opportunities to play around the board, he won't hear on 180. Or 140 would be lovely.
140.
140 it is. Once again on your darts. After 15 darts at 3-0 up.
55. Chris, you require
3 darts
40.
at tops for a first-class performance. First class is exactly what it was. Chris Landman played 2-1-2. He'll be feeling very, very good about himself. Next up we have Luke Getty, Tony Newell.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And it's absolutely free to watch, free to attend as well. And the last finals night before Christmas is this Saturday. So if you can get to Portsmouth for a pre-Christmas party here at the MODUS Super Series, head to dartshop.tv and secure your tickets. And a man who is hoping to be there is Chris Landman, and he's looking good early on in this Group A because he's just whitewashed Adam Warner. A fabulous 4-0 win for Landman, the Dutchman, to follow up his 4-3 win against his fellow Netherlands compatriot Richard Veenstra earlier on. Warner had won his opening match as well, 4-2 against Tony Newell, but Landman, well, he was the only man in that match, really, wasn't he? Just one dart double for Warner, one of the ADC qualifiers in that one. In the next one, the other ADC qualifier is in action. It is Tony Newell. He takes on Luke Getty. Now, this is a pair of players who didn't win their opening matches. Newell, though, was in a good position against Adam Warner. He led the match 2-0, then missed the opportunity to lead it 3-2 with these misses at 8-8. And that allowed Warner to turn it around and win that game 4-2. Luke Getty could have halved the deficit there against Mandigers, did get a leg on the board with that 7-7, but ultimately beaten by 4 legs to 1 in his opener. A man, as I said, we've seen at the previous venue, but first time out here at the Super Series. Same for Tony Newell, his opponent. So to get their first points on the board, the pair about to do battle in the company of our commentary team of Glenn Durrant and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. As early as it is, I don't know what you think, Matt, but already a must-win game. Could be a long day, a long week for the guy who doesn't win this game.
In terms of how they feel about it, possibly. In terms of the group, not yet, because this group, Group A, is now a 3-day group. So we'll be playing this today, tomorrow and Wednesday. Today, like you say, just about setting that foundation. If you can get 3 wins, great. If you get 2, you're still within the race if you can pick it up over the next couple of days. Whereas Group B and C, which we'll see at the back end of the week, that's just a 2-day group. If we was at that point, then yeah, this would be one of those really vital games. But at this point, I think they can just still enjoy that, try and play for some form, try and get up and running throughout the day. I mean, Luke Getty didn't really perform against Willem Mandigers, and Tony Newell blowing a 2-0 lead. So they've both got question marks in which they need to answer in this one.
26.
Just looking at the resume of Tony Newell, you used the word experienced in his last game. Played on the Euro Tour 4 times.
85.
Qualify for the Austrian European Darts Match Play, the European Darts Open in Gibraltar. Did you ever go to Gibraltar?
96.
Yeah, I was quite enjoyed it, and I quite didn't as well, because it's quite a nice picturesque place, which if that's what you're into, if you like your scenery, it's very much for you.
100.
But I'm also more of an activity sort of guy. I can't be doing this laying down next to the pool stuff. I need to be out doing something. So that part of Gibraltar I didn't like too much, because it was very sort of laid back.
The only thing I remember was stuffing, and I mean walloping Chris Dobie. So if you're listening to Geordie, I smashed you.
Must have been a few years ago, that.
All right, all right.
123.
It's amazing how it comes right across his face. Like I said, the only thing I would say to that is just have a look at this point of release.
60. Look, you require 160.
It could be a little bit smoother. That's a lovely dart from Luke. Another one of them would be nice.
140.
You can actually get that same sight just by changing the angle of the foot, just changing the foundations, move the centre of mass around, bring that over the lead hip. You can still get that dart where you can see he wants it over the
20.
Over the eye. You can still get that just by twisting very slightly. You would probably have to move across the oche a little bit as well, as does Luke Getty.
Game show
and
the first.
Getty's it in the 5-5.
Getty.
Yeah,
Getty in. Last time I was here, 5-5 was not missed
first.
all
Game
week.
on.
It was just never. It was must like I think I announced it was like a bucket. So and I've seen it twice going today. That double 5.
99.
That's a really fat barrel of Tony's, isn't it?
Yeah, you don't expect him to be getting too many 180s with those. I've got it down as a 26 gram dart, so quite some weight.
Yeah, he used to use the Target Gen 5 of Phil Taylor's, but he said these are actually his darts now. And he won it many 180s. Well done there, Matt Edgar. Wonderful punditry from you.
100.
With Luke, he's got his faults. You know, I don't particularly like the balance of it, but I tell you, when he lets go of a dart, it's lovely. Whereas that looks just a little bit snappy for me.
94.
If you ever look, I think Luke's strength is just the point of release. It's very, yeah, I love that angle at the show there. And just look at that follow through. Fingers pointing to the floor afterwards.
85. Tony
That's a nice angle.
128.
There was a nice angle last time I was here where you could see the dart over the players like eyes. Just exactly what the players are seeing.
100.
It was a lovely last dart there from Tony. Sneak that in somehow.
There was 121.
Early
Tony
nerves
McGuire,
from Luke
28.
Getty. Seems to be shaking those off, and he's starting to find his range now. Tony Newell looking to level up the game. Does so on the double 14.
Tony Newell.
Nice 14 darter on the 14s there from Tony Newell, who did kick off the opening game quite well. He raced into a 2-0 lead. I said in the last one that looked like he was going to race to a 4-0 victory, and the wheels very quickly fell off for Tony Newell in that one.
I'll tell you what I like there, Luke Getty.
100.
Sportsmanship. Just a little tap on his leg there for Tony. I do like the players area is sort of next door to us. And I've gone from listening to Aaron Monk in there. But today it's very quiet, very reserved. There's not that real massive character in there.
45.
I'd like to have seen it when all the legends were here.
Oh, I was here that week. That was
a bit of fun.
We'll call it fun, yeah. We'll put fun down as the word for that. Tony Newell is here representing the ADC.
140.
ADC have announced their Open Series. 12 ladies events over 3 weekends. 16 men's events over 4 weekends up and down the country. £55,620 is the total amount of prize money that is going to be available for that. The winner of each day will get a 5-day spot here at the MODUS Super Series. So further opportunity to be picking up some prize money there, £5,000. And obviously, as it says on the ADC site, you get the £1,250 participation fees. Chance to win £20,000 as well. And a chance to play some darts on the telly.
50.
I've got my maths right. I think it's 1.17 million will be paid out on the MODUS Super Series this year. It's not to be sniffed at.
60. Tony require 160.
I just thought it was a wonderful story, Matt, the Conan Whitehead. Just, you know, to see him, I was quite emotional watching him. Oof.
That's that big barrel coming in again there, isn't it?
Actually, it does look a bit like a Taylor Phase 5 when you got it real close up like that camera angle was there.
82.
All you can do is smile, and that's what he did.
$60. Tony requires 78.
Talked about beating Whitlock. I think that's Whitlock's favoured flights and stem choice these days. See-through orange, double top. Put a 2-1 lead.
58. Look, you require 132.
And when you're looking at a finish, this is always the nicest one, 1-3-2, when that goes in. This is a good setup. That leaves 56. That leaves double 4.
124. Tony required 20.
I feel this double 10's now a must hit. And that won't be easy with that. When you top out bouncing off the barrel, that could bounce off and go in double 11, the size of it.
Game shot on the third.
A dart. That is Tony Newell. Look at this reaction. Half relief. Half happiness. And that was a breaker throw as well.
Tony to throw first.
You mentioned about Luke Getty using this sort of all-in-one sort of system on the back of his darts. Now, one thing that's very, very interesting, you mentioned earlier about the videos I did of the experiments on my YouTube channel where we looked at the different equipment. One of the things that that experiment flagged up for me was that actually there is a certain size of flight depending on the dart that you are using. And when we look at these really small flights that Tony Newell is using, it's very bizarre because from the experiments I was doing, I was looking between 21 and a maximum of 22 grams for such a small flight. He's throwing a 26-gram dart. That means that that flight's not offering much aerial stability for Tony Newell.
99.
And potentially the advice would be there, either take a couple of grams off to get a bit more control of the dart, or you need a bigger flight on the back. That flight is essentially acting as a parachute. And it's almost acting as a parachute that's not fully opened. And if you remember that old figure we used to get when we was growing up, where the parachute man used to go upstairs and throw him out the window, and then he'd never fully open up, and then it just spiral down to the floor really quickly. Essentially, that's what's going to be happening with Tony darts in the air.
140.
Phil Taylor once why he used such a small flight, and he tried to tell me about a submarine, how the dart, how he pictured a dart going from that 7'9" away into the board.
Tony Rock 156.
He was one of them ones who was cutting the flights to try and get it perfect. That's very interesting listening to that. Double 18. And he's not really sure there, so he just stands back. A double we all like.
120. Luke Rock 157.
He'll be feeling confident that he'll come back though. That's a wonderful first dart from Luke. So many players going the opposite way around now, don't they? It's rather than the traditional treble 20, treble 19, but obviously
36.
your last dart will be upstairs.
Game show on the 4 flag.
They're going in at some funny angles, aren't they? The way he comes across his face there. I said we have a great camera angle like behind the players.
I think it's Luke to throw first.
It'd be really interesting to see some of the angles these darts are going in from Tony, but he won't care. He's 3-1 up.
Well, there's an awful lot going on, isn't there? You say the arms coming across, the shoulder blades are contracting and relaxing. He's got this tiny flight with such a heavy dart.
I'm sure he's tried and tested everything, you know. It's,
100.
I don't really telling him anything he doesn't know. He's probably had the big flights, small flights, 24 grams, you know, and this is what he feels really comfortable at.
But isn't that opening statement there everything that we spoke about even off air there? Tried and tested. Tried. Not
60.
guided, no sort of just what feels right. And sometimes what feels right doesn't always give you the best outcome.
45.
I had the same dart for 20 years, and things started to go wrong with my game, and I think I've used about 20 different types of dart, tungsten, flight.
85.
Part of the problem is you're thinking, you know, the dart, the tungsten's the problem. You know, a lot of the time, you know, Luke could throw Tony's darts, Tony could throw Luke's darts.
60.
What I've learned over the past 18 months, a lot of it's just all in your head.
$60. Luke, we're going 156.
I know Luke's 3-1 down here, but he's beginning to play darts that he'd be happy with. I think that treble is in there, so he'll stay there.
100.
I'm just beginning to see signs that he's relaxing. And I don't think he's, you know, I don't think he's out of this game just yet. He'll probably be disappointed he's 3-1 down, but he's got an opportunity to pull it back.
We're going 56.
To just one leg deficit.
That was a big moment, and that is so close. A very, very well thrown dart there from Luke Getty, but unable to Getty it in. Then Tony Newell has got match darts.
25.
2 been and gone.
Luke, you require 20.
I don't think Luke thought he was going to be coming back there, so you've got to punish that miss from Tony, and he did that earlier, didn't he? And hit the 7-7.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
It must be his favoured route of 6 7-7. It's a funny old game, isn't it?
Safe leg is
Yeah, I've
Tony
seen
to throw
people
first.
split different numbers
Game
before,
on.
but I've never seen someone split a 20.
Well, I did once. If Casey Gallagher's listening. I played mixed pairs with, I wanted 20. I hate double 10.
100.
Hated it. And I went 4-8 because they were on 196. And we lost the leg, lost the match. And she never, even to this day, she reminds me on it every
100.
single time. You threw that game, you just didn't want to play.
$60.
There is a danger here that Tony Newell could face another comeback defeat here, because actually, if he's not able to wrap this up in this one, Luke Getty will have the
83.
darts in the last leg. And when it goes to 3-3, if you've got the advantage of throw, that is a big advantage, because those last leg shootouts, everything is under the microscope and heightened.
100.
I like what I'm seeing with Luke right now. I won't lie, I had my concerns.
137.
I didn't really like his throw necessarily in the first match. I didn't 100% impressed with his sort of demeanour. He's looking quite comfortable with himself right now, and
59.
he's sort of broken the darts here. And like you've just rightly said, he'd have the darts in the last leg, so you feel he needs a treble though, which is typical when you wax lyrical about somebody.
45.
Pace.
Pop in with a 45.
Pace. That is what he's lacking at the moment. What we've seen from him in the last couple of throws, pace, rhythm, venom, aggression in the throw. That was deliberate.
85.
He's
Look, you've got
changing and altering the
136.
pace, and it's not suiting him when he's slowing it down.
He should use the 19s here. It's clear bed, and that would leave tops of
96.
sort of job done
Tony
for Luke.
McGuire, 97.
97 once again, but like the 90s, it's all about the first dart. Give yourself a chance. 78, so be looking at treble 18. And all you can do is set it up.
57. Luke McGuire, 40.
See Luke's eyes in the background there, just piercing through the board, hoping for the opportunity. It's presented itself, Luke. Can you
Game
get
shot
it?
the
He
sixth
can.
flag.
And he
Luke
levels
Getty.
up the match for the first, or the second time today. We go into a last leg shootout. First one was won
Seventh
by
and
Chris
final
Landman
against
against
Luke
Richard
to throw
Veenstra, but
first.
in this
Game on.
situation, obviously you'd love a 15 darter, but you're just thinking, hit a treble. Treble a throw, give yourself the opportunity and really apply the pressure on your opponent. Force them to hit a 2 treble
60.
combo somewhere.
Very similar to me, Matt. You were looking, I was looking at Luke as well. You know, and I talk about his demeanour that I wasn't very happy with. Right now, look at his eyes. He's not taking it off for the prize
89.
right now. And I think even from 3-1 down, and he doesn't seem to be leaning over so far as well, but his point of release at this moment, just as it, and what I mean is now, just that point of release there.
135.
Take a different throw from his first game. He's looking super relaxed now. And Tony would be thinking, here we go again. I'm throwing away a big lead.
95.
It's a story and a pattern you don't want to start seeing emerge in your own game. When you're ahead, you want to be able to see that off. And we'll have a little look through the numbers between now and the next game to see if
96.
Tony Newell sort of tails off a little bit when he goes ahead, because maybe he just switches off, maybe gets a little bit nervous when he sees the finishing line. Who knows? But there is
76.
certainly a small pattern emerging today.
I think it'd be frustration right now for him. But right now, that's the only thing. There's your chance, Luke. Set it up. It's fundamental you throw 3 straight darts. And that
41.
setup is just not acceptable. 169 doesn't even leave a finish there. So that gives Tony a chance, just what he needed. And what do top dart players do? They punish. You just sit there on top of that second dart.
140.
And Luke gets what he deserves there.
He'll be hoping for a treble himself with the last dart.
45.
He's made a
Tony
mess of it
McGuire,
here.
101.
Tony Newell, 101. This is for the match. He's already missed some match darts at the double 18. Missed 2. Going to get another one at the double 12.
77.
This would
Luke
be
McGuire,
painful for Tony
124.
Newell, who's already thrown away one big lead today.
And the finish is on. And for the match,
99.
and you
Tony
feel these 2
required
points are
24.
absolutely massive. Both players lost the first game. But it's Tony Newell who takes the honest 4-3. A very exciting game, that one. Both mid-80 averages. But it's Tony Newell that gets the 2 points. And next up, a big Dutch affair. Richard Veenstra versus Willem Mandigers. Join us soon.
Welcome back. Glenn Durrant has joined me to assess what's happened in the first third of matches today in Group A. Glenn, the standout performer must be Chris Landman, right?
Yeah, he said he was playing well, and he's backed that statement up. And he's a very fluent player, so when he gets it right, he's very, very good.
A couple of wins for him and a couple of different wins as well. One very dominant, but that second game of the day was really good, wasn't it, against Veenstra?
Yeah, and it's tough playing a friend. I think they've travelled together here as well, and they've played each other many times. And to get that one under your belt, pretty satisfying win that one.
Yeah, 2 wins for him, but 2 defeats for Luke Getty. We'll just have a quick look at the stats from that previous match before the break there. Getty missing the dart at the bull to win that one, but Newell, do you think he probably deserved it?
It was a good game. I enjoyed that game, to be fair. And if I was Luke Getty right now, I saw lots of positives in that game. I had my concerns after his first game. For Tony Newell, big sigh of relief. He's underway now. Go and enjoy it and kick on.
Yeah, it's another old Dutch battle coming up next then between 2 players that you know pretty well, Richard Veenstra and Willem Mandigers. We're going to have a look at what they've done so far. Veenstra, we mentioned this match against Landman, and this finish kind of set the standard for it because he rescued himself with a bullseye to complete the 72 combo, followed it with a 96, and he was looking good when he took a 3-1 lead.
Well, I've probably ruined any chance that Richard Veenstra had this week by saying he's going to win this group, but this is a top affair. And like I said, the Willem Mandigers from 2 or 3 years ago is an exceptional player, and it was no surprise to me, to see him get his first win against Luke Getty.
Yeah, very, very comfortable win for him. And I did mention that he reached the quarterfinals at the Lakeside back in 2019. Remember who won that one, Glenn?
Was it Scott Waits?
It was actually you. I also said that Matt Edgar reached the quarterfinal that year. Remember who won that tournament?
Scott Waits?
That was you as well. And do you remember what Matt Edgar won that year?
The wooden spoon?
Absolutely nothing. Yeah, you're right. Back to Matt in commentary. Merry Christmas.
Didn't even win the bingo last night. It's not been a good couple of years for the Edgar, but we've got a couple of players on here that are going to treat us to a great game of darts. Good pace expected with this one. Richard Veenstra did lose his opening game 4-3. He was 3-1 up in that game, and I think that will be the frustration for him when he took the lead against Chris Landman and wasn't able to get over the line. Willem Mandigers opened his campaign quite well, a 4-1 win over Getty, but similar sort of thing. He opened that game quite well and then tailed off a little bit towards the end. Both players hitting 2 180s as well in that opening match, so we wouldn't be surprised to see a couple of maxes go in this one.
Hey, first leg, it's Richard to throw first.
To throw in first.
Game on.
Gives him the advantage of the throw. Slight advantage. You sort of feel there's not much to split these
135.
Richard Veenstra has been the more active of the two players. He's been very active this past weekend. He was playing in the WDF
100.
World Masters. Won his group. And then went on to reach the last 32. Lost to Nick Kenny 5-4. Nick Kenny, someone we expect to see, or I expect to see, we will be seeing Nick Kenny later on this week. He is somebody who is one of the fancied runners to be taking the £5,000 title. He also was active playing in the World Open, which was at the same venue.
100.
There's a trio of events, the World Masters, the World Open, and today, happening right now, the World Championship qualifier.
85, Richard for 126.
We'll keep an eye on that and let you know if there's any interesting updates throughout the day.
94.
Yeah, Richard Veenstra out the blocks fantastically well in this. Just exactly what he needs right now.
100.
I had the pleasure of commentating on the Lakeside last year when he broke the record of Barney's. He was absolutely unbelievable after.
On the first leg, Richard Veenstra.
I was able to go on the stage with him afterwards, and he had, I think he was in shock of all the adulation and all the respect he was getting, especially for someone as iconic as Barney. I fancied his chances to go all the way that year, but it wasn't to be.
100.
We talk about Veenstra. We talk about these Dutch flyers. Once they get that first one in, they do pepper that treble 20. I know
60.
I know it's very early in the match. It's always nice to see numbers like that. We talked about him breaking records earlier.
180.
Is it? Of all the people I want to watch a 9-darter, it's got to be with Matt Edgar. So sit back, Glenn.
28, Richard, you've got 141.
This is the moment. Oh, Richard.
90.
Wonderful dart. And you'd have got no reaction whatsoever if the 9-darter goes in. Because my favourite moment of the so far is when Adam won.
81. Richard, you require 51.
Fist up to the audience. I didn't dare tell him that there's nobody in there. Double 16 again. He's hit this once already.
The second leg.
This is clinical.
Veenstra.
This is where you start looking at the record books of the MODUS Super Series, because right now he's averaging over 120.
Third leg, it's Richard to throw first. Game on.
It's interesting you said a celebration to the audience, because this is probably what you're used to, isn't it? It's like a Glen Durrant darts exhibition.
85.
Do you know, it's only took you 1 hour 45 to start picking on me. They've played each other 3 times.
97.
And 3 times Richard Veenstra has won. The last one goes back to the Danish Masters 2021 in the semi-finals.
60.
All fairly comprehensive wins. Finder Masters tight affair was 5-4. And you wonder if it's sort of, you know,
65.
when you find that dance partner you like to play. I wonder if Veenstra knew that he was unbeaten against Willem. But there again, they may have played many times in the Dutch Super League or local competitions. But if you looked at the history books, it's advantage to Veenstra.
83.
I find it really fascinating sat with Matt, because we have very similar tastes, and like I said, I have this horrible obsession now with... that's
126.
great counting that, by the way. We have this horrible obsession now with people's throws, etc. And I would like to get hold of Willem later and just let him end that follow through.
Richard Rock 145.
Because for me, he's such a fluent player. He's already that transition. It looks like he's grabbing that second dart before he's finished his first throw in his first dart.
83.
You just sort of watch this now. The key for any throw is that follow through. Look at the 5 fingers as he finishes at the end, all pointing to the floor.
100. Richard
Something I advocate, that you know that you've followed through the dart. And that's sloppy. Very, very sloppy. And
30.
the beauty of this MODUS Super Series and this best of 7 is you're only 2 darts away here, Willem, to get right back in this game. Is he going to go double-double? Because it was the perfect throw up a double 8. Oh,
80.
my. That was in.
You can see the mark in the
Richard
bottom
requires 32.
of the bed there where it actually went in and came out. It was a... But unlike with soft tip, the dart has to stay in the board. If this was a soft tip, that would have counted. However, with steel tip, it needs to stay in and be retrieved. You can see there, in and out of the double. Veenstra steps up and takes a leg, says thank you very much. And averaging the 100, I did have a little cast of my eye over at one point to see what the best average of 2022 is, because this is the very final week of 2022. And that went the way of Chaz Barstow and Dan Reed, both averaging 117.88. If that is going to be beaten, it has to be done over the next couple of days, because we break for Christmas after Saturday's final.
58.
Obviously, you're going to be trekked to some world-class darts at the Alexandra Palace. The World Championship, PDC World Championship, starts on Thursday.
Who do you fancy?
100.
I'm thinking Van Gerwen.
Really?
And if it's not Van Gerwen, I quite fancy Michael Smith.
Gerwen Price for me.
59.
Doing an exhibition the other day with Gerwen Price. He averaged 132 against Ricky Evans, and then when he came off,
94.
and I said, oh. First thing he says was, well, I treated that like a set at the World Championship.
Brilliant.
And I had a set at the World Championship where I was 136, so he wasn't happy. Wasn't happy with 132.
What a mentality. He may stay there. Oh, he's got the option of treble 14 if he wants the full bed. And double 16.
96.
Superb dart from Mandigers there. Just the execution of the double. But for a 4-0 victory, another one of those would be nice.
100.
That was a strange last start, but I think he's probably just expecting Willem to hit this 32.
Game show.
4 legs played. All 4 being on one on double 16. Not to panic for Richard Veenstra. It's a 3 potential legs to go away. He'll have to throw in 2 with them.
Yeah, that would almost have been like a free shot, wouldn't it, really? You know, when you're going up against a throw, you're looking at a 4-0.
100.
It's, okay, if I win it, jackpot. I don't mean Adrian Lewis. And if I don't, it's okay. I've got to throw in the next one. When we look at like the James Wade mentality, who's sort of, okay, I've lost this leg. I don't want to hit a 180 because I don't want to waste one.
Yeah.
180.
So there's the concern. Richard might have been a bit worried. He's watching his fellow Dutchie on 4 points. He's playing up against Willem, who was very impressive in his first game, and he was sat at 0 points. But this has been pretty good. Averaging over 100 until them 3 darts. But so far, so good.
So the 180 was followed with a 22. Whenever you do the exhibitions, the traditional thing you hear from people is it's a 180 followed by 26.
Yeah, the brilliant John Gwynn used to make me hit 66 and whenever we're in Scotland.
140.
And then he would shout to the crowd what happened in 66. Sadly missed.
58.
But for a wonderful performance by Richard Veenstra, 59. His first dart at tops. Sinks right in the middle of the bed. Job done for Richard Veenstra in the Old Dutch affair. Very impressive 99.77 average. Next up, it's Adam Warner versus Luke Getty.
Hello again. What a display by Richard Veenstra before the break there. Really good stuff from the Dutchman. Nicknamed Flyers. Didn't get off to a flyer despite a brilliant performance in his first match. Lost that one 4-3 to Chris Landman, but he beat the other Dutch player in the group convincingly there, 4-1, with an average just short of 100, and it was much higher than that in the early stages of the match. He hit back-to-back 180s in the second leg of the game, teasing the prospect of a 9-darter. The man, of course, who missed the double to hit the first 9-darter at the WDF World Championship for more than 30 years. Well, it was 6 perfect from him in that, 4 out of 6 on the doubles, and a brilliant victory to pick up his first points of the day against Mandigers, who had beaten Luke Getty earlier on 4-1. And Getty is back in action next in Game 7 as the third round of games gets underway. And he did show some signs in that previous match against Tony Newell, hitting that double 5 to win the opening leg, and a nice maximum here as he forced his way back to a decider. But it was signs of frustration for Adam Warner there. Not happy when he hit that big 5, but it seemed to spark something for him because he corrected it with a couple of treble 20s. However, did go on to lose that game, but does have a win to his name, having won the opening match of the day against Tony Newell. A man, of course, Adam Warner, who did play at the UK Open this year, having come through an amateur qualifier here representing the amateur dart circuit. And if you think you can mix it here at the MODUS Super Series, then go to their website, follow their social media. Glenn and Matthew Edgar will give you more information, but you could be on that stage yourself. That's the way to get there. Back to the boys in the box.
Thank you, Chris. I think this one's going to be quite an interesting game, and I think there's quite a bit of value here actually when we look at this match. From what we've seen so far today, I've been quite impressed with Adam Warner. We've mentioned there Chris Murphy saying he's played in the UK Open. That meant he came through O'Reilly's qualifier to do so, which those days are not easy. A couple of 100 players, you're playing darts for 12 plus hours, and he came through that one quite well. He played Lucas Venig at the UK Open. He lost his last game to Landman. He only managed to get 1 dart at the double, which might be where this price comes from. But he did perform quite well in his opener, which was a 4-2 victory over Tony Newell. Tony Newell, a guy who's had a PDC tour card for 8 seasons, came back from 2-0 down. The price that is available on Adam Warner here, with the throw, is 11-8. I think that is huge, huge value.
125.
Just a reminder, 18 plus, begambleaware.org if you are thinking of a bet. But yeah, very interesting game, this one. I think
96.
if Luke Getty loses this one, it'll be a case of, I'm a celebrity. Getty out of here.
58.
I thought you'd be the king of puns. Or have you worked with Henry yet?
I have, yeah, and obviously we've got Chris Murphy upstairs at the moment, who
125.
Usually to my, usually at me. But yeah, Henry's got a pun for every leg. Hopefully it's better than his karaoke singing, that's all I'm saying if you're listening, Henry.
45.
Bohemian Rhapsody, I don't think I'll ever listen to it again.
You did actually. Henry went on first and sang Let Me Entertain You. And then you went on a couple of minutes later and did the exact same song.
Did I? I've been quite impressed with Luke Getty from his first game. And it's the opposite with Adam. He came out, he was absolutely terrific in the first match, Adam. But right now, it's just sort of seeing things from Luke where I think he'll get his first win's just round the corner, but as I say that, he throws his worst 3 darts.
We've timed this so well.
I'm good. I'm good. I think I went 6 days last stint I did, and I think I got it right once. Just got the timing right. I said so-and-so hasn't had your 180 all day, and guess what he did?
Chris Murphy loves it when I'm down
140,
my predictions
129.
are pretty much bang on. I literally was calling everything last time. It was absolutely ridiculous. But Adam Werner was my prediction in this, my first Edgar's tip of the day.
Adam, you
Well,
require
I'll go with Luke Getty then.
76.
And he's that 76 that I will continue talking about. So when you're practicing at home, don't just hit 180s all the time. These are the type of finishers that will win or lose you games.
Game shot on the first leg.
And that is terrific
Adam
from the young
Warner.
man. He'll be feeling really good. And you can see just in his celebration, and I quite like that. I quite like that. He's self-motivating himself there. And Luke's probably what you do in that for, and it just angers him. But Luke's all about that lovely release there.
140.
And that's not what I was seeing early on. This guy had been playing 1 year. 1 year. When you talk about natural talent, he's got a lovely,
96.
effective throw. Very quiet lad, very reserved. Loves the game. Actually got a message off a friend of him off Twitter. Let's see if he's replied.
55.
You know, you mentioned about Adam and that sort of celebration. It's a good sign as well to show what he's feeling, what he's going through at the time, which obviously for the viewer at home as well makes it a lot more relatable. I remember
59.
when I was doing wrestling, and literally I trained here in Portsmouth, not too far away, in a warehouse. And one of the seminars we did was with Bret Hart, the Hitman, one of the most famous wrestlers of all time, and he spoke very much about that. Like, if you're feeling something, portray it, live it. Don't bottle it up. Don't keep it in. He says, because one, it will allow you to be natural, and two, it allows the viewer to find that relatability to join in with that emotion.
Absolutely. And that's why I liked it. So a little bit of information on Adam. He was the captain of the University of Sheffield dart team, and he won the annual varsity event every event he played in. One of the best players during his time, getting to semi-finals and finals. He also plays Super League locally in Sheffield for his first time. And he's playing in the Yorkshire Super League as well.
Adam, you require 110.
University darts. Don't you have a link to that?
Yep, I am the ambassador for the UK University Darts.
What a finish that is, Adam Warner.
Adam Warner.
And maybe the prediction from Matt Edgar is actually going to be right here, because that 110 finishes no better feeling. And he just takes his time, takes a sip of his water.
Game on.
Broken his throw, and like Matt has said many times today, just hit one treble in this three dart throw. That's all you're looking for.
Yeah, not just because I'm the ambassador for the University Darts of the UK, but I do believe that there's a lot of legs to University Darts. I think it's where we're going to see another breeding ground that at the moment it's just never really existed. The breeding ground before, like we said, used to be local leagues, super leagues, county. Over time, that's now where we see things like the JDC, the PDC Challenge Tours, Development Tours. There's always been these systems, but there is growth right now on the University Dart scene. And Adam could be the guy that flies the flag as the first guy to really come out of that system where it's about leisurely darts. It's about enjoying the games. You mentioned the varsity. We've both been to a varsity event, and wow.
People say to me, what's the best exhibition you've ever done, Glenn? And I said I went to Nottingham. Was it Nottingham University? Or
it was, yes.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. When you talk about the love of the game of darts, you know, you can just see that so many of them are the guys that go to Ali Pali, go to Blackpool, go to Minehead. You know, the fascination, you know, that they just loved it and lived every dart. It was the best night of my darting exhibition life. They treat me absolutely unbelievable. The atmosphere was out of this world. And I think I'm back there in March this year with you.
Yes, I'll be giving you a right pump in there in front of everybody.
The guys in the crowd will give me a great pump in the way I'm playing right now, but...
Don't worry, I will be filming every moment of it for Edgar TV and plastering it all over YouTube.
Very impressed with your work you've been doing on the MODUS exhibitions. I've seen that you give Daryl Gurney a great game, beating him 4-3 this week, but very impressed with your video.
And I'm 143.
I think what's really good is that when you go to these unbelievable exhibitions with Van Gerwen, Price and Peter Wright, all these guys, is, you know, what does VIP mean? What am I going to get for my money? What do the guys do? How do they prepare? And it's great that you're using your social media to sort of showcase that.
Dartshop.tv. Want to go get up close and personal, potentially play these players like Gerwin, Price, Johnny Clayton on the stage. Dartshop.tv, your place for your tickets. You can also get tickets for events like the World Seniors, where you'll be seeing Glenn Durrant making his debut.
It's incredible to think that I'm a senior. I totally agree. Is that what you were going to say next? You feel like this is a must hit. Just, do you know, that doesn't surprise me. 40. Just the way that first dart was sat, it wasn't perfect for him.
For me, I was worried that he was going to hit the treble. It looked like it could have carried in.
That was possibly on his mind, and all of a sudden you just sort of flick your wrist or you bring a bit of finger into that throw. It's but for Adam, after 21 darts, I don't think he expected 3 darts at a double here. And no one misses double 5 when I'm commentating.
10. Luke, you require 40. Game shot on the third leg.
22 dart leg.
Getty.
But how big is that for Luke? Is it going to be a turning point for him? Is that a missed opportunity for Adam Warner?
Fourth leg is Luke.
The next few minutes will tell us exactly that.
Game on.
Yeah, snuck that one right into the corner. You see our referee Owen Binks literally had to come onto the oche to make sure that that one was in. But the thing with Adam having the throw and getting that breaker through was he sort of bought himself an extra life. So he can make that mistake and it's not going to be effective to the game. We're still pretty much on throw.
And in reality, that's great. But when you're up there, when you're thinking great, when you're thinking right, you'll be thinking exactly what Matt's talking about.
100.
But when the panic sets in, that I could have been 3-0 up, I could have been this. So a lot of the time, you know, the players are fighting with themselves up there. And that's why the best players in the world, for me, are the people who just don't think. They just stand back and repetition each time. Just stand behind, repetition, stand behind. So they're the best players in the world. If he sat thinking too much, it can be to the detriment.
55.
See, we go back, though, to that scar tissue and that scarring and the bad experiences. I don't think Adam's had those bad experiences yet because we talk about the limited amount of time he's actually played darts.
85.
So I think in these sort of situations at the moment, we don't get that negative pitfall where we just spiral out of control and we go down that sort of map that you've just said. I think he's still probably going to be quite level at the moment, and 45. It's how these experiences go for him that could potentially affect future experiences. But I think we're watching that sort of journey, which road he's going to go down, sort of unfold before our eyes.
I do like that analysis. I think you're absolutely on point. And one of the things I've been doing is, without stepping over the mark with these players, is, you know, beforehand having a chat, and, you know, and all of them were fine. They, you know, they came in
30.
And give us the time. But afterwards, I'd like to, you know, what were you thinking? What's your positives? What were you thinking at this point? What could you think you can do better? What outcomes have you got from
90.
today? Just to try and get in the mind of these players. Because right now he seems to be fighting with himself, but he's sensible enough just to reset. And he's back there now. You know, it's his... Really should start in the 19. If he hits a treble 19, he'll bring the bullseye into place, but he's gone upstairs straight away there.
88.
Look, you're saying you want to ask them the questions. You don't feel they're going to ask themselves. The way to get the most out of this experience.
Game shot on the fourth
finish
leg.
there from Luke Getty. 17 darter. Levels us up. 2 from 2 on the outer ring. But it is that, isn't it? Because a lot of the time the players will go back. They'll try and focus on the positives, but they'll be more, oh, we'll go have a bit of food and we'll just get ready for tomorrow. And whenever I was teaching or coaching or whatever I was doing, we was always told after the session is the most important thing. That evaluation, self-evaluation of the session. What could I have done differently? What went well? Because that's what's going to make the next one better. And it's that evaluation that you're looking at getting from.
I really got to know Jack Vincent last time, and you know, I know he finished bottom, but he was the guy I was looking at. And for him, during the session, during, you know, what the guys are doing now while they're not playing, he would have like a cereal bar or an energy bar. Whereas on day one, he was like really running out of petrol going into his last game. So they'll be learning, especially these debutants. I mean, the Dutchies are there next door now, but they've been on the BDO WDF circuit where you can walk in a venue at 9 o'clock, and the Welsh Open used to be 9 o'clock first game and playing the final at 11 at night. So they know what long days are all about. But you're right, that's what you do after this game.
I played on the PDC Pro Tour for 11 years. And when I came into this, I made the exact same mistake. I weren't snacking throughout the day. And what you do is you wait till you get hungry, you eat something big, you feel bloated. It doesn't work that way. You've got to keep yourself topped up, keep yourself hydrated. There's so much that goes into the management of one of these days, more than just throwing darts. And I'm going to get it in before you do. And you're going to say, well, it never really bothered you because you was off home by 12:15.
Why are you nicking my jokes?
41. And
Just when you think Luke was taking a firm grip on this match, he's got 6 darts here for a 3-2 lead as Adam. That's sloppy, but what I like about that, he didn't berate himself. He didn't show his demeanour, stayed fairly positive. And he knows he's got 3 darts at 32. He had to take a 3-2 lead. It's all back on throw as well. And then, whereas Luke shows his opponent there how disappointed. You fancy this?
Game on the 5th leg. Adam Warner.
And look at the frustration of Luke there. I think we both have very similar. While everyone's looking at Adam there and the double going in for me, I'm looking at Luke and how he's feeling right now. Just trying to get in the minds of him and trying to let you, the viewers and listeners, just how these players are feeling. He's on 0 points right now and see the close of his eyes there. It's just total, utter frustration.
Mentioned that the WDF World Championship qualifier is going on. I've just cast my eye over the results there. We've got a bit of a surprise in the last 512.
60.
Player that's had a lot of success here. He won Group A 2 weeks ago. He's reached the final of weeks. Jane Van Veen has lost in the round of 512 to Patrick Gosnack.
I practiced with Gian. I practiced with him at the last Pro Tour, and honestly, I don't think he missed the treble bed for the half hour I practiced with him. And when I watched, then I got told that he had really bad dartitis. And there was just something about his throw when I watched him on the MODUS Super Series a couple of weeks ago that it wasn't as fluent as when I was watching. And it's that expectation. It's great when nobody knows you and all of a sudden, who's this guy who's flying through the field everywhere? But as soon as people start looking at you, maybe start just a little bit thinking too much. And that might be just a negative for him.
Yeah, I was on commentary myself that week, and all week I was just like, I'm not feeling it for him. But even though he went on to win the group, and I think he lost 2, maybe 3 matches as well in winning Group A. Group A, what you're seeing now, where the players play 15 games over a 3-day spell.
Should go downstairs on 303. And 2 more of them trebles on the 9. Another one here.
95.
The 170 finish. So he's thinking. He's in a good headspace there, Adam. Whereas Luke seems to be closing his eyes with disappointment after each dart. He's just got to focus. There's nothing in this game. He's just geeing himself up with a little come on because they're 2 well-thrown darts. Deserve that treble there. Lovely darts there from Adam Warner.
He says geeing himself up. He could sense the opportunity. Got an opportunity here to win this game. 108. He's got choices as well. If he's
and we require 108.
Does he go the 19s? Does he go the 20s?
Well, he likes his double 16, so I'd like to think he's going to go downstairs. What does dart play? It's going to be a strange breeze. So it's treble 19. That leaves 70, so he's looking at treble 18. That sets it up nicely for him. And all the pressure's on Luke Getty here with his 43. And that double 16 will be looking small, but that is plumb bang right in the middle there.
Getty.
This has gone all the way. I don't think it's any surprise to me on that.
It's Adam to throw first.
How important is having the darts? Remember the analysis? Remember the theory? Just 1 dart at a treble, please. Just give me 100 and let me get underway. Job done. 140 would be the
100.
bonus. Get back, reset, start again.
Yeah, every time he hits one of those visits with the treble, he's just piling the pressure on Luke. And that's a
97.
great last start. Good switch there from Luke. He was already starting to feel it there.
I wonder if Luke's thinking he lost his last game 4-3. Will that be on his mind?
100.
Impressed with this guy. Likeable. 2 wins out of 3 would be a wonderful start for the young man.
46.
And there is the opportunity now to extend. If he can find another one of those treble visits here. He got it with the first start last time. That just makes the whole visit just feel so much more comfortable and easy.
45.
It's a trade of opportunities, but again, this is where I say Luke needs 2 trebles. The advantage of throw is being really highlighted in this leg. Because 100 still puts him
100.
out of position. That's quite a nice dart there for how Adam throws. Put one on top.
100.
Great last dart again.
And doesn't it always feel better when it's the last dart that goes in for the 100? You might use the 18s. That was such a good marker there. That was clearly the right thing to do.
56.
And it's anybody's game. Who wants it?
140.
What a time to get your first
118.
visit with 2 trebles. He gets the 140, leaves himself on the 16. Luke Getty will get a dart. It's at the double 19. Adam folds
80.
his arms. He's watching the board. He's hoping. And those prayers have been answered. It's nearly Christmas, Adam. Here's your Christmas gift
16.
wrapped up for you. It's double 8. Can he wrap up the match and land the first Edgar's Tips of the day?
He's doing everything right. He's doing everything right. Reset. Big deep breath. Exhale a breath. Double 8. You move over to double 4. It's a classy performance there. Hard-fought victory in a match that sort of had everything. It's a second 4-3 defeat for Luke Getty, who looks pretty desolate there. But from Adam, 2 wins out of 3, and he moves on. He dances to the crowd.
Hi there, welcome back. Adam Warner getting over the line before the break in a bit of a battle against Luke Getty. A 4-3 win for Warner, averaging just shy of 80. Getty just over that mark, but the difference was in the scoring actually in that one for Warner, because look at that, 10 attempts at doubles, only 4 for Getty. He hit 3 of them, excellent checkout percentage, but it was Warner who got the win. It's his second win of his debut as well, so it's not a bad start at all for the ADC qualifier, a man who also won the amateur qualifier in a local UK Open qualifier and played in Minehead earlier this year. Well, let's take a look at the table for the first time in the early stages of Group A. Warner joining Chris Landman at the top, but of course Landman has a game in hand. The only player not to be beaten so far, Luke Getty, after 3 matches, the only player not to taste victory so far. And Landman is in action next. The Dutchman takes on his Netherlands compatriot Willem Mandigers, who was beaten by another Dutch player in the previous match. Did get a leg on the board with that double 16 Mandigers, but Landman has won both of his games so far, and a couple of nice checkouts there to complete a whitewash over Warner in his previous outing. He got the better of Veenstra 4-3 as well in his first match. That could prove to be quite a crucial result when we see how both players have performed over the course of the day so far. So it is Willem Mandigers against Chris Landman, who is looking to extend his perfect start to his debut here at the Super Series. Let's see if he can do it in the company of Glenn and Matthew.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, it's a job well done at the moment for Chris Landman. You'll find this tough. I was just looking at the stats there, the head-to-head between these two. Very surprising that this is their first time they've ever going to be meeting. That does surprise me, because they were on the circuit a long time together. I'm sure they've probably crossed paths in competitions in Holland or in the Super League, etc. But so it's hard really to try and work out who would be favourite here, barring the fact that right this moment Chris Landman is feeling really good about himself. But don't write off Willem.
Hey, first leg, it's Chris to throw first.
This is all the ingredients to be a great match.
Well, you say that it's quite hard to separate the two in terms of the stats and everything, but actually there's something that does separate the two, and it's when we look at the odds for this game. This morning, Chris Landman was 1-2. He's going off at 2-5 favourite. That means that the people that are watching and playing along at home are jumping on Chris Landman. They think Chris Landman's going to take this one. And that'll be on the back of those 2 victories.
And just to remind anyone who's having thinking about a bet, 18+, begambleaware.org.
120.
Look at the fluent. You just feel like when that first one goes in.
180.
But when you're a fairly methodical player like I was, and you're standing behind these players who can just throw 3 darts in under 2 seconds
60.
like that.
Chris, you require 81.
So super frustrating. Beautiful darts.
Game show on the
An
first
11 dart opener.
Chris
Landman is on fire. And that leg of darts in 54 seconds.
Second leg is Willem to throw first.
And yes, Matt, before you say it, that's how long it takes me to throw 3 darts.
How long it took you to get out of bed this morning as well, wasn't it?
That was the one you heard getting up at 7 in the morning. Move me car.
140.
Parking in Portsmouth. And parallel parking, I'm sure with the guys, if they're listening. I know how bad my driving is. But this is impressive stuff.
I think maybe Chris Landman
80.
has parked somewhere and he might need to go move his car because his ticket's coming up to the end. Because he's going through this game like he's got somewhere to be.
93.
We talked off air before. Who do you fancy to win this group, Glenn, etc.? I said, what I will tell you, Matt, is it's going to be a speedy affair. I said, we've got 3 or 4 real speedsters. And it hasn't disappointed. It's great to see when you're watching these players that were just so effortless in their throw. No, just it's easy on the eye. And Chris Landman is just playing out of his skin right now.
Really enjoy watching a fast player. It's nice on the eye. It's easy to watch. It's fun, which is why I didn't enjoy any of your games.
95. Chris
warming up.
56.
That's bent the wire.
16. Willem, you require 112.
Scanned over to the records there because this was going through quite quick. And I was thinking about the fastest game.
96. Chris, you require
5
40.
minutes, 48 seconds.
Surely.
20.
I think that second out was too good, and that just sort of covered
Willem,
that
you
top.
require 16.
And without going on about it too much, the checkout ratio for Chris is 16.67%, 1 out of 6. Willem's got to pounce on that, and he
8.
hasn't. Like I said, he's
Chris, you
not.
require 20.
He admits he's not match sharp right now.
Game show on the second leg.
Landman doesn't care.
Chris
It's 2-0
Landman.
to the top of the table. Landman. Very impressive stuff from the
Third it's
Dutchie.
Chris to throw first. Game
That
on.
lack of match sharpness as well is going to be highlighted around this time of day because when he got here this morning, it was
140.
exciting, it was fresh, it was new. He'd have gone up there, he'd have had some adrenaline. That's now gone. We are now left with the man,
40.
essentially. And without that adrenaline, he's not got that boost, he's not got that turbo. And with that, we are seeing
100.
a steady decline here over at Willem Mandigers. He started the day very well with a 4-1 win, then he lost 4-1. We can see in the
60.
stats it's dropped, and it has literally just jumped off the edge of a cliff for this one.
And it's that muscle discipline as well. I feel confident he's going to pepper that treble 20.
57.
It's just if you're not hitting double 8s on a regular basis, double 4s, you know, during the games, I do know how that feels. And all of a sudden,
100.
a double that used to be so kind to you can be really difficult.
60.
How much did you practice before Darius would go and beat you up at the Worlds?
93. Chris,
Whatever it was, it wasn't the right
144.
answer, was it? Because, yeah, we used to, a couple of years running, that was, didn't enjoy seeing
94.
Darius.
Just out of nowhere, he wants 50 just in seconds.
180. Chris, you require 50.
Is he going to have his problems on the outer ring here?
Game
The
show on the
first out was a
third
bit of a
leg.
flyer.
Chris Landman.
Latta totally pinged in there. 3-0 lead from the man of the moment.
We are
Well,
very
it's Willem to
interactive
throw
here
first.
at the Super Series. You can catch us on at MSS Darts. Me and Glenn Durrant have also got our own Twitter accounts open up in front of us.
81.
At Dozer180 for Glenn, at the Edgar501 for myself. And we've had a tweet come in here from Mark Marlowe. He
45.
says he actually likes Chris Landman, and the way he plays his darts is very similar to how Mark does, where he just persists on that 20. He actually called that old school. Old school
82.
something you'll know quite a lot about, isn't it, Glenn?
I think it's a positive that I'm old school, actually.
60.
Seeing people use on that 1-4-2, using the 17s, it was unheard of before, but yeah, traditional, I would say, rather than old school. I'm sort of am, but it's great. And like I said, it's the Dutch that really brought the bullseye into the game of darts from, you know, the early 300s, 200s. And
100.
what I've seen with a lot of the younger players on the MODUS Super Series, how well they use the board. But Chris Landman is someone who just perseveres on that treble 20 bed like a real old school traditional player.
100.
Would you say when you went from playing like the counties to playing like the tours and going traveling around Europe and doing all the
140.
international events, would you say that's when your game sort of evolved?
Oh, definitely, yeah. Now, I've always been someone who enjoys watching the game, and if I saw him, oh,
20.
wow, what happened there? What
Chris,
happened
you
there?
require 156.
I thought I was seeing things for a moment there. That's what you call unlucky.
I think
Well,
what
I think
happened
Landman cares.
there, we might have just seen the moment
140. Willem, you
that
require
turns this game to a
161.
Chris Landman 4-0 win, something he did against Adam Warner in his last game. And he won the
93.
last leg
Chris requires
against
16.
Richard Veenstra. So this is for a 9th straight leg in a row.
Game,
Excellent,
shot on the
marvellous,
match,
magnificent,
Chris
superb.
Landman.
Chris Landman, all the superlatives in the world. A stunning 4-0 victory over his friend Willem Mandigers. The unbeaten streak continues. Chris Landman is the man to beat. Next up, it's Tony Newell against Richard Veenstra.
Well, how to do a debut at the MODUS Super Series. Enter Landman. What an excellent display so far from the Dutchman. A second successive whitewash win, having seen off Adam Warner even in 4 straight legs. He got even warmer, so yeah, worked it out in the end. 4-0, 4-0, following that 4-3 win. It's 9 legs on the spin from Landman. This is absolutely brilliant on his first Super Series outing. And that means, of course, that he is sitting pretty at the top of the Group A table in its early stages. 6 points for him, a perfect start. Adam Warner in second place. Veenstra in third, but does have a game in hand. He's going to take on Tony Newell, so one of that pair will join Warner on 4 points. Mandigers on 2, Luke Getty yet to get off the mark in this group. So as I mentioned, coming next then, it is that meeting between Tony Newell and Richard Veenstra. Newell there missing the 156, so they're missing the double 18 for it, but Getty missing the bull for the match, and Newell stepped forward. He'd already missed match starts at this point, and deserved victory, you would have to say, in that one. A 4-3 win against Luke Getty. Veenstra, well, he was excellent in a demolition job against his fellow Dutchman, Willem Mandigers. That 180, and then this 59 finish, very, very nicely done indeed for the man who reached the semi-finals at the WDF World Championship earlier this year. Okay, so it is Veenstra versus Tony Newell, and it will be described by Primetime Matthew Edgar and Glenn Duzzer-Durrant.
Prime time sounds a lot better, doesn't it, Matt? I'll have to change that Duzzer. Get something for, I'm sure Chris will come up with something. Both will be feeling quite good. Both won their previous games. But you've got to say Richard Veenstra was mightily impressive with a 99.77 average. Tony's had a couple of scraps already today. But if they can get onto 4 points after 3 games, I'd just say lays a foundation. You can't win it today. But sometimes you feel you can lose it. So it's really important for poor Luke Getty. He'll be sat there after 2 4-3 losses. But like I said in my very first part of the day, Monday's not about panicking. And for these guys now, you just feel they can really
Tony to throw first.
lay a statement to say, I'm
on.
here and I'm going to, I want to get to Saturday night.
That's the advantage of a 3-day group. No need to press the panic button. You don't even need to go near the panic button, never mind pressing it.
85.
You want to work on the does a bit? How about the Dozosaurus?
140.
Can't even think there were a response to that one. Dozosaurus. I've got me thesaurus here.
100.
I've got me positive and negative words. It's funny how all commentators sort of use different styles. I'm trying to work out what your style is. Probably a lot more IT than I am. He's got his computer and he's looking at doing all his research. He's currently looking at the WDF qualifiers.
40.
He's saying there's a couple of people winning there with a 50 average, and Glenn, you might have beat them. What a bully he is.
Keyword might.
99.
That was a strange way of going to Richard. And he's left the 166 there. You can see his reaction there, but Tony's probably needs this one going to leave at least a finish.
100.
But Tony, his demeanour looks a lot better now. I think that was a big relief getting that victory in the last game. But Richard, he'll be looking at treble 18. He's such a phenomenal player.
98.
I hope I didn't upset his family saying has he underachieved, but it's more respect more than it gives. Phenomenal talent.
136.
That's a lovely setup.
Richard requires 68.
What's the type of finish we've talked about all day? He's going to get 1 dart at tops.
Game
1
show
dart is all that he
Thursday.
needs. It's 1-0 Veenstra.
Break a throw as well there for Richard Veenstra. He had
Second
to do it
leg
at
is
some
Richard
point,
to
so he
throw
might as well just do it in the
first.
first
Game
leg,
on.
get it out the way.
There's something special, isn't it, with them last dart doubles. And like you quite rightly said, if he'd have had 3 darts in his hand at tops, it's probably more difficult for these fluent players where he's already in his stride for dart 3. Lovely guy. I don't know if you know Richard as too.
100.
He's up there in the top 3 people I've ever met in darts, and he's got a beautiful family. They've always been very respectful. It was lovely seeing him today.
100.
Great to see him here.
Did I make the top 3?
No.
Well, you mentioned about styles. One of the things that we do get from my style is obviously Edgar's top tips,
95.
which has returned this week with 100%
No, you're not doing bad.
return.
My tips are shocking. I did have Veenstra to win this one, which probably means he's going to score 59 or something now. Oh, there we go. 306, probably downstairs. That's not what you want to see. You have me fascinated about this small flight 26 barrel now.
87.
Yeah, I can't say from my research I'm a
96.
fan of that. Now, obviously, my research is only my study and research, but it was done using technology. It wasn't.
A lot of things is subjective, isn't it? You know, to some people probably think that we're talking tosh.
139. Richard for 146.
I found it fascinating though, which is quite unusual for your videos.
60. Tony require 80.
Don't hit the 1 or the 5. That's perfect.
60.
Oh, they were a long way away.
Richard, you require 86.
Sometimes after that first dart there, any sort of, it looks like he's going to be bringing the bull into play here. He's done this already today with the bullseye.
61. Tony required 20.
Just falls a bit short. Tony's got to take this opportunity now, and it'll be a break back. It's a good marker.
15.
I just think he was put off with
Richard
something
required
there in his whole
25.
rhythm had sort of gone. I don't think Richard thought he had a chance here.
Game
But
shot.
what
the
happens
second
when
leg.
you get
Richard
them opportunities, you ping them like that. Oh, 20 data there from Richard Veenstra. He's still having just shy of 90, the pair of them.
The leg is Tony to throw first.
Just going to do a little rewind quickly to something you said in that last leg. You mentioned that it's quite subjective, some of the things that we're speaking about. And it actually reminded me of a seminar I did when I was still working as a coach and doing my teaching. I did a seminar with an ex-football player called Stuart Pearce.
60.
And Stuart said to us, he came in, he was doing a 4-hour seminar on man management. And one of the first things he said was, you will remember from this 4 hours, 5 minutes at most. You'll forget the rest. Because no matter how much you enjoy it, as soon as you leave, you'll forget most of it. The 5 minutes you remember are going to be the 5 minutes that are most relevant to the questions you came in the room or the things you was coming in to look for. And my instant reaction to that was
72.
well, the first thing I've got to do is think of more questions. I've got to broaden my mind because I don't want to go to a 4-hour seminar and come out with 5 minutes. And I think the key thing to that is open mind and listening, because a lot of the time the people that think we're talking tosh about this stuff are just people that haven't opened that door yet or dug as deep or found that level of experience to the things that have been said here.
Very profound, Mr. Edgar. I'm actually getting a bit of respect for you now. We'll have to stop that.
97. Tony require 132.
This will be interesting, this 132 with this massive barrel he's got. But there again, that's not a bad marker if the treble 19 goes in. But look at it, treble 16.
52. Richard requires 70.
My tips are absolutely useless, but I do fancy this.
Game shot on the third leg. Richard Veenstra.
My first one of the week. Last time I waited till the Friday before I got something right.
And that was a second breaker throw there, which is the real important factor there, because now Richard's got 4 opportunities really to get this one wrapped up.
60.
Did throw a lead away in his opening game with Landman. He put that right against Willem Mandigers, and I think this one could be where we see it all come together.
We talked about match sharp a lot today,
46.
and obviously Veenstra and Landman are just back from the World Masters and World Open, albeit they didn't win it. You just feel a couple of days match practice they've had. But they're the two standout performers for me right now. And Landman in particular, he looks like he can go. Well, I think he's had his toughest game in Veenstra. He could go the full 5 out of 5 today. He's been pretty classy. This man will never, ever be far away.
100.
Well, if we look at what Chris Landman's got left, he's got Luke Getty, who hasn't had the most success today. He's lost all 3 of his games. He's only at 180. His best average has been 83. Unless he can up that, you'd say Landman's going to be taking the victory in that one. And then his last game is against Tony Newell, who I think we can only really describe his day as something we said we expect to see from him at the very start. And that word is inconsistent.
Richard, you require 160.
He'll just sit on top of that. And again, I love that angle. I love that dart and camera angle there that you see. Exactly what the dart players will see. Especially from this guy here. Some of the angles his darts are going in.
76.
Fascinating to see what he's actually seeing from his, from his eye. Tops for a comprehensive victory. A 4-0 victory. The Dutchies are flying. Landman's top of the table. Richard Veenstra, if you make any mistakes, Landman, I'm coming for you. Next up, we have Luke Getty against top of the table, Chris Landman.
Welcome back to the action here at the MODUS Super Series, where there's a couple of Dutchmen who are in destructive mood so far. Richard Veenstra is one of them now. He lost out earlier on today, 4-3 to Chris Landman, who has since won both of his games 4-0. Well, Veenstra himself beat Willem Mandigers, the other Dutchman of the trio in the group, 4-1, and now he has just whitewashed Tony Newell. As you can see there, though, both players had 5 darts at double in that game. Veenstra, though, hit 4 of those attempts for an 80% checkout success rate, 100 the high, and he carries on this devilish form that he's producing so far. Let's then take a look at the group table at this stage. It is a 3-day group, so plenty of time for things to change, but the signs are very, very good for those top 2 players in particular. Could have been, of course, the other way around had Veenstra won that battle between the pair, which went to a last leg decider, but Landman hasn't lost a leg since. He's won his last 9, and he's going to take on bottom of the table Luke Getty in the next match. And it is a meeting between Landman, who's yet to lose, and Getty, who's yet to win. Landman cleaning up this 81 in victory against Willem Mandigers. One of that brace of whitewash wins. But as I said before Getty's last match, he has been showing signs today. And here's one of them, a nice clean clinical kill of 80. Also took out 43 to force a last leg decider against Adam Warner, but it was the Yorkshireman who got over the line in that one. So then, will Chris Landman carry on this winning run, or will Luke get his first win? Let's find out with Matthew Edgar and Glenn Durrant.
Thank you, Chris. Last time I was here. 3-1-3. Jack Vincent played 3, lost 3. The game was already won in the commentator's eyes, and Jack Vincent came out a surprise winner. That's my first thoughts when I seen these two enter the stage today. Top versus bottom. But Luke has shown signs of real positivity. I mean, he's had a couple of 4-3 defeats. You know, you turn them around, all of a sudden you're on a 2-1 bonus there. But
Game on.
Landman has looked the star man today. He's been very impressive, Matt.
Yeah, reflected in the prices as well. I've just literally cast my eye over what there was this morning and what they are at the
45.
moment. This morning, Chris Landman, yes, he was the favourite, 1-3. He was expected to win this game, but we've had more than a nibble. We've had a market
100.
move here. Chris Landman is going off in this game at 2-9. If you fancy Luke Getty, you can get prices of 3-1 on Luke Getty to win this one. And even though that price looks quite huge, I can't say I'd recommend it.
Remember the gambling responsibility. You must be 18 plus.
100.
Check out begambleaware.org. But these best of 7 games, you know, 2-9, that's a big, big price.
58.
Just reading a little bit about Luke. He loves his Tuesday night at the
91.
Bittern Park Club, where you got the likes of Simon Whitlock, Jenks, Mike Gillett, who's his best mate, he says. Finesse. He said he's a previous winner of one of them, and like you said, he's got Simon
100.
Whitlock in his pocket. Big words.
60. Luke require 164.
Sort of round up at the time now where fatigue can sort of come in. It's been a long morning already for these guys, and now entering the third 4 games, and you know, all of a sudden now, like you say, if they haven't eaten right, or if they're not feeling too good, or take that into consideration. It's not often you see someone absolutely blitz everybody all day. Or if anyone's going to do it right now, it's this guy.
98. Luke require 108.
We've talked about this 108 finish. Many ways to go. Very traditional route. He may stay there or treble 16. And he'll probably stay there.
43. Chris require 52.
A little bit messy. And these 2 dart combinations. There's this flyer.
Game
And then
shot
he
on the
pings it.
first leg.
It's quite a
Chris
trait of his,
Landman.
actually. He seems to go really high on that first dart at the double tops. And then follows it in. He looks a bit nitty as well. But he's
Second
red
against
hot
Chris
on the
to throw
dartboard.
first.
Just like with the last game, there needed to be a breaker throw and it's come early.
45.
You know what happened in the last one? Veenstra then kicked on and just steamrolled that game 4-0. That is the second 4-0 in a row. We've seen a couple of one-sided games.
123.
Landman 4-0 against Mandigers and Veenstra 4-0.
60.
Something Landman's done twice already today, got the 4-0. That is his 10th leg in a row without reply. We'll keep an eye on that because
43.
we're starting to push towards record territory here for Chris Landman.
I bet Jim McEwen's right up there.
121.
We're quickly looking at all our stats. I do remember Jim McEwen going on this crazy run.
134.
It's lovely darts there from Luke.
130.
Sensibly using the centre of the board there. The big 25 would have left a finish. The bullseye's the added bonus.
So for this series,
145.
the best has been a 12 leg winning run. That was Jean Van
87.
Veen.
Require
Josh Payne had a
101.
9, so he's gone second for this series, series 2.
Again, so many people are doing this where they go the double route. It'll be interesting to see that he went for the treble.
65.
See many people use that
Require
bullseye, which is
58.
great, 76, and then pinging 2 double 19s. Tops. There's his flyer,
38.
but not this time.
Luke require 36.
It's the 11-leg streak about to end.
Game shown the second leg.
Certainly has.
Luke
Any thoughts of
Getty.
records can be put to bed. And now the folks will just be on the 2 points. An important leg there for Luke.
To throw
And a victory for Luke Getty would really
Game
mean that the
on.
group would bunch up again. So I'm sure the other players in the, in the players' lounge next to us now are probably in the Luke Getty corner.
134.
Could be the worry that Landman's beginning to run away with things.
58.
He was just about to start ticking off some records. Then we got up series 2. I was getting up 2022. I was getting up the overalls. And then missed those couple of darts at the double. And it's all over for that stat. And that breaker throw has been returned
60.
from Luke Getty. So he's got the advantage of throw back in his side as well.
Yeah, as soon as you think you've mastered this game as a pundit,
140.
this whole game is so reminiscent of the Warburton versus Vincent when I was last here. We virtually wrote off Jack, who'd played 3, lost 3.
62. Luke require 102.
And he came out the victor.
Just picture someone out there who knows Luke Getty, knows the ability he's got as he looks at
7.
setting that one up with Landman right the way back on 3-2-1, who went 3-1 is far too big of a price. And I'm gonna have a little dabble on that. Someone's going to be sat quite nice.
Well, in a 2-horse race, you know.
Game shown the third leg.
And like he said, he can
Luke
play the
Getty.
game. I'm seeing real positives, and he didn't really let himself get down. It was hard to take when you're losing games 4-3. Games he
Well,
probably
against
went back to
Chris throw
the
first.
players'
Game
room and
on.
think, I could have, should have won that. And I think he's taken all the experience of sort of playing and then watching this
137.
type of environment that it's not over on day one. There's plenty of darts still to be played. And like you said, you've said many times today, Matt, just don't panic,
56.
Mr. Mannering.
Well, he is 2-1 up, but he's still not the favourite to win
100.
this game. I'm keeping an eye on the in-play, and Landman's still the favourite. We're starting to go back towards where we was
40.
this morning before play started in terms of the prices. Landman has dropped off a little bit from what we've seen of him
60.
in his last couple of games.
And you've got to remember, it is his debut. And like I said, he might be learning, might say, come in tomorrow, many people have, you know, maybe rehydrate yourself. Plenty of water for a
100.
long day. Or a bit, just a little snack, some nuts, bananas, you know, something like that, just to give you some energy.
84.
Grazing. Graze throughout the day. I think that's the best thing. You don't want to sit down and eat all your packed lunch at your Power
98.
Rangers lunchbox.
Pressure required
You want to
120.
graze through the day. You should never feel hungry. When
Yes,
you feel hungry, it's too late.
Apologies for that
60.
bacon sandwich this morning in front of you. My diet's great. I go to Tenerife on January the 5th. I've got 4 stone to lose.
93.
And with 2 weeks to go, I've got
Pressure
4
required
stone
60.
2 still to go. Tops.
Game shot on the 4 flag.
Our
Chris
first Desmond.
Landman.
Is that why you shared your bingo winnings with me last night?
5th flag, it's Luke to throw first.
Kanako.
Game
How
on.
can we share that? I was buzzing. My first time I ever won a bingo as well. Can of Coke.
135.
No expense spared.
60.
It's these type of moments now. Best of 3 game now. All of a sudden that treble 20 will just squeeze a little bit tighter.
47.
And everyone you feel just counts as double.
99.
Just look at the eyes. Absolute focus on the target. A beautiful release. When Luke gets it right.
135.
He's a good player. He's a good player. He's just beginning to warm. This would be a big win for him. So there'll be a few shocks for people.
100.
Playing the man of the moment right now, top of the league, 3 out of 3. I think even when we were doing our analysis, I think Matt's words were you'd expect him to win that game. Like I say, the beauty of these best of 7s. It's like an athlete running a 60-meter sprint. It's, you know, you haven't got an awful lot of time, especially when you get unlucky
21.
moments like that.
Luke, you require 138.
But after a couple of 4-3 defeats, Luke will probably think, I deserve that.
Yeah, you say about we expected it. Obviously, everyone who's watching the programme expecting it as well, because that was a big market
58.
move before the off on this game. But a good shot here could really apply some pressure on this 80. You have seen Luke Getty
100. Luke, you
miss the
require
big
80.
number in the setup of this shot early on. He hit that 20 on the top wire. That's a lot better. I think that'll help him here. He's going to have to shuffle around that. He goes right.
60.
Gets it wrong.
I just felt it was a little rushed.
21.
I would like to see sort of his reset just a little bit better than that, but I didn't expect that from Chris.
45.
We're just showing signs that
Luke,
he
you
is
require
human.
20.
You know, he's had a phenomenal morning. But right now, Luke to go 3-2 up. And had he been
15.
played 3, won 3,
76.
I can guarantee that 20 goes in. But he's thinking it's a shock, and what hurts even more,
Game show on the
and when
5th
it's
flag.
ping, ping like
Chris
that, you can just see. Just keep your eye on Luke in the background there. Fed up. He had that in his pocket. But
Fifth
he's
flag
only
is
got
Chris
himself to
to
blame.
reverse.
He's 4 darts
Game
at a
on.
double there. But that's super frustrating. And when you're winning, all of a sudden you're not in a leg of darts. You get a chance at 76.
100.
In the blink of an eye, it was in.
Well, maybe there wasn't enough room in his pocket because he said Simon Whitlock's in there already. I can imagine that's quite a big space.
Take him out, Luke.
180. 100.
The dulcet tone of Owen Binks. Always a sign of a good MC is when you don't actually hear or see them. Absolutely professional job as always, young man.
140.
And I hope you're ready for the quiz tonight.
$57.
Yeah, I don't think I'd add much to a quiz team unless there's a question on the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers,
123.
WWE, or Aston Villa. I think they'd be my 3 topics.
100. Look,
Mine is
require
food and drink.
58.
Food and drink. Tops.
18.
I
Which
really
require
fancied that.
144.
And when your luck is down and you turn around, it's 144, but this time he's going to set it up nicely. So this is a must
72.
hit for Luke
Look,
Getty. I think he
140.
deserves to take this match to 3-3. He struggled around this double 10 area. He's going all the way around the roundabout again.
30.
Sorry, Luke, but that's just not good enough.
72.
And I think we all know where this 72 is going to go.
36.
2 match darts for
Luke,
Chris
required
Landman.
10.
Offers Luke Getty another opportunity here to level up the game,
Game
break the
on the
throw,
sick flag.
and now we'll throw
Luke Getty.
first for the match and for what would have to be gone, not just in how today's gone and the history of the players, but also in those prices before the game. This would be a sizable upset.
Game on.
Sizable upset is on. They are well thrown darts. I fancied that.
140.
There was the concern of a real implosion there when Luke missed his chance. I'm really pleased for the lad.
85.
I'd like him to see this leg out. I think he deserves to be 0-4. After that 140, when you walk back, you think, I've got it. And then you throw that big 5, but that last treble 20 will feel like gold dust.
100.
As I get the wrestling gold dust. Do you remember that competition when I had to name 20 wrestlers in, was it about 20 seconds or something with Dan Dawson?
Yeah, he was very close to it.
19, I think I got. No.
41.
Advantage Getty. Don't know if we expected that at the beginning of this match. I did warn you. The parallel of the previous time when it was bottom versus top. Don't write anyone off in this MODUS Super Series is what I would say.
55. Look, you're 136.
He's hung in there. He's battling. He survived match
45.
darts. Will he get some of his own? 136, he's only left himself 91.
60.
Even straight darts would have guaranteed him a dart, a double here.
Look, you require
So his first decision here is, does he go for the bull? Just give himself a probable chance at the bull finish? Or does he go straight for it, nice and direct? And a lot of the younger players now are going this route. Very direct, very determined, very positive. So 2 match darts at tops. And absolutely fantastic. In a match of top versus bottom, it's Luke Getty that battles his way to a huge 2 points. And the group all of a sudden becomes very, very interesting. Next up, it's Richard Veenstra versus Adam Warner. Be back soon.
Welcome back to the action here at the MODUS Super Series. Glenn Durrant has joined me to assess what we've seen in the last 5 matches, and it was, well, looking like a Landman landslide, wasn't it? But suddenly, bottom beats top.
I did call it. It was very reminiscent of a game I watched in the previous time I was here to commentate. Surprising, because Landman did look in top form, but really pleased for Luke Getty. And as I was walking up here, they gave a big punch in the players' lounge. That he's here.
You mentioned potentially, even before the match, the time for fatigue. Do you think that's what we saw with Landman there? Because that average is, what, 20 points lower than what he's been producing so far.
It's harder than people probably think, you know, and sometimes you've got to hydrate yourself, a little energy bar, you know, just something. They're on debut, they'll learn. He'll probably get better for it if he's feeling tired. You've got to take that into consideration, the way he played there.
But credit to Luke Getty, who probably deserved to get something from his first few matches today.
Really happy for him. A couple of 4-3 losses, that could have gone the other way. No, I'm pleased for him, and he deserved that.
Yeah, well, coming next, it's a meeting between Richard Veenstra and Adam Warner. The pair of them have been in action this morning and have both actually won 2 from 3 matches. Veenstra perhaps more convincingly, but Warner has been effective, hasn't he? He's been clinical, and we can see him here taking out 110.
I like what I see with him. He's a good guy. He's very quiet. He'll be learning an awful lot this week. But you know, Richard Veenstra is a real top-notch performer, and tough to beat on anybody's day.
Yeah, you say very quiet, but he's certainly got the moves, hasn't he, Adam Warner? Because earlier on he was cheering up. Now he was dancing after winning that match.
I'm presuming that's to you, because there's only you up here, so it might be a Yorkshire thing, but I love that. And I said in commentary that is absolutely fantastic to see. He's loving every moment, and why not?
Yeah, enjoying himself, and we're going to enjoy this match as well. Glenn's going to head back down to commentary, where he will join Matthew Edgar.
A Yorkshire thing, a Sheffield thing. I wonder if that means he's blue or red. Always one of the debates of the Steel City. What side are you on in your football? Should be an interesting game, this one. If last game was anything to learn, Glenn Durrant said in a 2-horse race, he was going to be a bit cautious with this. Are you having to be cautious with this one? Richard Veenstra, the 1-7 favourite. Adam Warner, 9-2.
Hey, first leg, it's Richard
to win this one, the ADC
game
representative. On. We have heard that they've got the same in terms of points, but the performances have been very contrasting.
58.
And Richard Veenstra just seems to be, for me, warming into the day and getting stronger as it goes. He had the average of nearly 100 against Mandigers. He backed that up with a 4-0 demolition job over Tony Newell. 4 out of 5 on the doubles in that game, which I think was possibly a thing that was just lacking a little bit for him at the start of the day.
Yeah, very, very interesting. I've just walked through the players' lounge there, and Chris Landman is having a cheese roll. So we have talked about what if fatigue or anything, you know, kick in, but clearly he's lost a little bit of energy, so he's having a little bite to eat there now. I expect him to come out in his next match and, you know, correct those wrongs there. But big points for Luke Getty. Delighted he's absolutely over the moon in that room there. But we move on. Very impressed with this guy.
You know what's going to happen now. Chris Landman's going to come out in the next game. He can average over 100, and then everyone's going to be going to their Super League games and their local games with a packed lunch full of cheese rolls.
I mean, joking aside, it is something, and that's the thing with these debutants. You know, I wouldn't expect, you know, the guys, the Jim McEwens, the Rob Owens, the Colin Osbornes, who have been so prolific in the MODUS Super Series. They'll know that you probably need something, or what, you know, what makes you the best.
100, Richard, 164.
And like I said, it'll only benefit for him, but I just found it interesting as I walked in there. So clearly he was feeling he's not 100%.
89. Adam, you record 131.
Treble 20. And as you're going downstairs.
$59.
Richard's a very fit
75.
lad. Treble 17. That's a big miss. He'll probably stay on the treble 19 now. Fat 14er.
35.
Disappointing.
Adam, you require 72.
And these them finishes that we've been talking about so much.
Big opportunity here, really, to get a breaker throw. Going to get 2 darts. It's going to be at double 12. He
Games
only
on
needs the
first
1.
leg. Adam Warner.
Adam Warner on for a back-to-back surprise. Luke Getty surprising us in the last one against
Second
Chris
against
Landman.
Adam to throw
And
first.
Adam, keep the surprises
Game
coming.
on.
It is Christmas season.
Yeah, we were just thinking that maybe Landman and Veenstra would run away with things. And I didn't expect sort of Luke and Adam to do a double here, but it would make the group
59.
very, very congested.
Speaking of Christmas season, where's your Christmas jumper this morning?
I wore it last night.
100.
I don't wear clothes 2 days running. Premier League champion, me, you know. Not that I ever talk about it. Are you coming to the quiz tonight? Did you hear, Murph? You're in the 6-man team.
140.
You're needed.
I've got nothing to add to a quiz team.
And you're coming. And I win a 5 if I'm the first person to get you to come out. Apparently they won the quiz last week as well, which is not easy, good to follow, but they did have Kirk Bevins, so
That's all you need, isn't it?
58.
Really, it's a one-man team.
even Paul Starr's letting me down. I can't believe that. I'm sure Henry will be pushing all the wrong buttons.
140.
Even if he has got the smallest hands. Did you see the size of his hands last night? Tiny.
What a response this is, though, after just having your throw broken when you're a massive favourite to win the game.
121.
Comes back 100, 140, 140. Going to get a dart for a 12
103.
dart leg. And this is a great time
Adam, you
here for
require
Adam to get
144.
his first big finish of the day.
He's not going to be rushed though, Adam. He's not playing to the pace of Richard. And this would hurt. He used the 16s.
96.
He's been impressive,
Did you
hasn't he?
require 18?
Yeah, he's handled himself very well. You'd think that he's more of a seasoned player
14.
in terms of the experience levels, but this now is a
Adam, you
massive
require
opportunity to put
48.
himself halfway to victory. 48, he likes it down this section of the board.
Just remember, if you're watching, a year ago, he wasn't even playing. Playing for
Game shown
fun.
the second
Currently,
leg. Adam
he's 2-0
Warner.
up against Richard Veenstra and looking very, very nice. This is
Feel
very,
like it's
very
Richard to
impressive.
throw first. Game on.
And for me, the guy that stands out today, as much as Landman and Veenstra have had all the plaudits, I didn't know an awful lot about
22.
Adam Warner. Apart from the fact that he wears chinos, that was the only information I really had on him. He's been very impressive. And you just tell he's enjoying himself, can't you?
Well, you mentioned that he's only been playing for a year. That's playing competitively
60.
for a year. He did used to pick his darts up very recreational. That was at university, when he was at university in Sheffield. And we've actually had a tweet
60.
coming today from the University Darts UK. And they was enjoying the chat that we was having with that. And they said that there's actually some really exciting talent coming through the university dart scene at the moment, but also they're able to provide a platform for the casual players at the same time. And we've seen this
140.
firsthand, obviously, with the exhibitions we've done with the uni darts. And I think that is one of the things I can definitely say about it. It gives you the
100.
opportunity to play and enjoy some darts, but at the same time, there are now developing pathways to play darts in front of crowds. I mean, the crowd we played in front of Nottingham, that was a good few hundred people in
140.
there with the stage, the lights, the whole experience was very similar to what you'd get on some of these
58.
smaller stages on the
Adam, you require 161.
And it's a good point for me. I didn't think of an area to concentrate as we look at this 161, but very sensibly, very, very sensibly, he just stays upstairs.
87.
Yes, you can see the frustration of that last start there, because he'd done all the hard work, really. And all,
100.
he's still a big, big favourite.
Adam, you require 74.
2 options here, treble 18 or treble 14. Leaves 41. I think he likes the double 16 route. He's been quite proficient around this area.
42.
That one's a little bit
Richard
unlucky.
161.
It's going to take a big finish to change that. Adam Warner's looking good for a 3-0 lead.
98. Adam, you require 32.
For a second break of throw.
Game shown the
Adam
third
Warner
leg.
takes the lead.
Adam
He's 3-0
Warner.
up. And when you was coming down from the balcony, when you was chatting to Chris Murphy, I did say that in the last game you cautioned people.
Adam to throw first.
And you said,
Game on.
in a 2-horse race, play with caution. Richard Veenstra, to win this match, was 1 to 7.
95.
Monstrous favourite. He is in danger of losing 4-0. That does not strike me as a 1 to 7 favourite, but isn't that just the absolute
140.
joy of this game, in the fact that it is a fine motor skill played over a very, very small surface that the very smallest of margins can decide things. And
100.
Adam Werner is producing his best performance of the day so far.
140.
It's a high quality affair. Just both shy of the 90 average. I think Adam will go downstairs on this 306. He may stay, but he'll probably go. But the way he covered the bed there.
59.
But what that's telling me is he's still thinking. He's still in the moment. He's not like, I'm winning 3-0 and he's in a different zone. He's still very, very focused.
100.
But one thing Richard Veenstra will do is just continue to pile the 140 ton. He can be pretty relentless at his best.
And in a game when you're very, very expected to win and you're 3-0 down, it'd be easy just to
121.
think, why is Adam playing his best darts now? But if anything, it's now starting to make Richard bring out an
83.
even higher level
Adam,
of
you require
performance.
107.
And it's this sort of, this has been the sort of the difference, roundabout from 100 downwards. He's looked pretty. Now 88, so treble 16. And for a 4-0 victory, a sensational win for Adam Warner over the experienced and fluent Richard Veenstra. Not many people expected that, but it's Adam Warner. 3 wins for him, and he moves on. Next up, we have Willem Mandigers against Tony Newell.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Well, obviously, I am a key part of the highlights here at the MODUS Super Series. Yeah, slight technical glitch there, but the promo video there showing Conan Whitehead picking up £20,000 on the first Champions Week, and that's what all the players are playing for here again. And it looked like the Dutch duo of Chris Landman and Richard Veenstra were flying towards top two finishers, but things have changed all of a sudden. Landman beaten 4-3 by Luke Getty in a bottom versus top clash. And then look at the stats from this previous match. A 4-0 whitewash win for the ADC qualifier Adam Warner over Veenstra, who was flying before that game. Glenn Durrant said maybe a bit of fatigue. Well, Veenstra certainly was worn out, wasn't he, in that one? Fantastic stuff from Adam, who hit 4 out of 6 of his double attempts, 107 checkout, 4 140s in there as well. Really good stuff for him for a whitewash win. Right then, attention turns to the next match, and it's two players who have won one of their 3 games so far apiece. It is Willem Mandigers against Tony Newell, the Bear, about to do battle to see which one of them can double their points tally for the day. Back to our double act in the commentary box to talk you through it.
Thank you, Chris. Let's turn off the darts. Let's just see Chris Murphy on our screens. We liked that, didn't we, Matt?
Yeah, we was laughing a little bit with that one. This one, someone is not going to be laughing at the end of this, because I feel, you asked me a question early on about, is this a must-win situation? I think that's what we're seeing now. I think because there's only one place available for this, you have to win this group. It's not like Group C, which we'll see Thursday and Friday morning, where there's 2 places available, or Group B, where there's 3 places available. There is one place available for direct qualification through to Saturday night's final.
Hey, first leg, it's Willem
I
to
think
throw first.
that the loser of this game
on
is going to get the marker pen. They're going to get the marker pen through the name as being in the running for finals night via this group, Group A.
I do think the Tuesday, and I think rightly called it Moving Tuesday as well. So I have seen people come from a horrendous Monday. Last time it was Andreas Harrison, who was just dreadful on the Monday, and then came out, just was the best player over the next 2 days. They've still got second and third to fight for, because if I was in Group A, I think I'd want to play on the night session, you know, and more people can get through, etc. So there's still plenty to play for. It's not just a case of the top player sort of winner takes all type thing. And then it comes into that theory then, Matt, what would you prefer? Would you like to finish top and have 2 days off? Or would you like to finish second or third, where you've still got 5 continuous days of practice ready for Saturday night?
Personally, I would love the days off. Although I've won Group A before, and it didn't go very well for me. I stayed in bed, I played Football Manager for 2 days, and then I lost my 2 matches when it came around to finals. So, but personally, I'd prefer that. I mean, I'm guessing you'd probably rather play.
No. At your age, maybe I would have done, but honestly, that as I got closer to 50 and 50, it was quality over quantity to try and sort of maintain my sort of best. So 2 days off for me would be absolutely fantastic. But you know, a lot of the younger players were saying that they're all young 30s. You know, playing 5 days is nothing to them. But for my aching bones, now I'm a world senior.
164.
And all that.
See, that surprises me, because I thought you'd want to play as well, because the fear that if you've got the time off, you'll probably be out spending money, and we know you're a bit of a Mr. Krabs.
43.
Me spend money?
You've got 152.
Yeah, I'm surprised at Willem. As you said, he did come out of the traps game 1, and we were like, no, he's back to his best, but he doesn't mind me saying, he's been pretty poor, and bullseye will hurt here.
96.
Again, I'm
Willem,
coming
you've
just
got
back to that
109.
little fault in the action because it's going to be tiring.
Yep, 3 scored.
And I wouldn't be surprised if we look through his tournament form and
17.
data, if as the day
Tony
goes on,
required
it does
25.
decline.
That's a big miss.
9. Willem, you require 92.
And again, is it bullseye or is it treble 20? And you may see 2 doubles here. There's one.
74. Tony requires 16.
On his
Game show on the
23rd
first
dart.
leg. Tony Newell.
Very slow start for them both, but it's Tony Newell who breathes a huge sigh of relief, and more importantly, that's a breaker throw.
Second against Tony.
Willem
to throw first.
Mandigers needs something to happen. It needs to happen right now. He's struggling right now.
Yeah, we often say Group A is more of a marathon than a sprint, and that was a
100.
marathon of a leg. But Tony Newell will not mind. He won it. Whereas for Willem, it hurts double when you feel like
100.
essentially he could have won 2 legs of darts in the time it took him to lose that one.
Them last 3 darts of Willem was so much better.
100.
I can see, we can see the mistakes there. He's already grabbing that next dart. If he just lets the follow, that's better. He's already grabbing there. As I said, fundamentally the throw is, it's
57.
very, very nice. It's silky smooth at its best. But now, right now, he's snatching for that transition period.
100.
Minimum you want is 2 wins today, isn't it?
Yeah, if you're not going to get 2 wins, I think you can forget your chances of winning this group. You then move your attention to that
100.
Group B qualification. Mathematical advantage, 60% of players going through that. A game less, and obviously playing in the evenings, which is more suitable to
89.
dart players in this early morning session.
Not for the commentators, though.
45. Tony require 112.
He'll stay there.
Yes.
He leaves at 87, so we're looking at treble 17.
28.
Last time we saw Tony Newell was 4-0.
129.
Veenstra.
Tony require 84.
5 darts at a double in that game. Didn't hit any. Now at 5 in this one. Be happy with 2 from
show on the
6.
second leg.
Because that puts
Tony
him
Newell.
2 legs on the board, confirms the breaker throw. And he's still waiting for that spark to really
Well, I guess
ignite this
Willem to
game.
throw
But
first.
Tony Newell
Game on.
will hope it just carries on. More of the same for him. And he has 4 points on the board.
Aye, it's a slow burner.
45.
But the experience of Tony, he'll be just happy that he's 2-0 up. It's incredible the way he starts and comes right across his face with this throw. Well, look at the beautiful follow through. When he gets it right,
99.
whereas Tony comes right across his face. Left eye dominant. But both effective.
100. $95.
This is better darts. Just look at the difference there. He comes right across. And just look at that follow through at the end.
95.
And that follow through was virtually facing where our MC was. Ideally, you want that follow through to be facing the board. Watch the fingers drop.
56.
And that's where the inconsistency could come as you come right across the face. Have a look at the ways he's sort of pointing to Owen at the end.
45.
See the little flick he's doing there to the right? That'd be something if I was working with him, just to see what it would be like if we could just slightly amend a couple of things in that throw.
80.
Well,
Only
naturally, the
require
throw is the hand's going to end that way
161.
because the throw is on that line, isn't it? A diagonal line rather than a straight one to the board.
I'm sure he's done the straight, and it's, you know, this works for him. And like I said, it could have something to do with that
Only require
left eye dominant.
126.
There's always that debate, though, isn't there? You say it works for him and it's got him this far, but how much further could he go?
Yeah.
That's the question I would ask.
And that's why I'm enjoying the coaching, and that's why I'm ready to challenge players when the worst thing you do want to do as a coach though is make people overthink.
94.
That was
Tony
definitely my
requires
downfall, that's for
76.
sure. But 76, big moment. He may stay there. He may use the 16 for a 3-0 lead.
56. Willem, you require 32.
The difference of this best of 7 from 3-0 to 2-1 is absolutely massive. I don't have a lot of
Game's on the
confidence the
third
way
lap.
Willem's throwing right now. We'd be
Willem
feeling
Mandigers.
much better after that. 3-0 down, is you feel there's not a lot coming back. At 2-1, you're back in the game. But he's going to need to break him
Fourth leg,
twice
it's Tony to throw first.
if Willem's going to win this match.
See, you mentioned about as a coach that not getting people to overthink, but
97.
essentially you're there to do the thinking. And most people think because they've got questions. If you're providing them with the answers, no one ever sits there and
77.
thinks of the answers that they already know. They just do it. You ask questions when you're unsure. You ask questions of yourself. You try and work things out when it's not going right. If you're doing a good job as a coach,
40.
then essentially there should be no questioning of what you're doing going on. So there shouldn't be any thinking. No one
Absolutely.
thinks about the success. Just happens.
I'm beginning to like you.
83.
Disappointing, it hurts to say. So we've got a bit of contact off Twitter. Let's have a look, answer some of these questions. Morning, Glenn. My 2 favourite pundits on the MODUS Super Series, Dozer and
100.
Edgar, working together. Can I ask you a question? When winning the Premier League, did it make your form go downhill after the euphoria? The answer to that is
45.
when I won the Premier League, I did have a moment thinking, wow, that's it. And whenever Getty or Michael Smith or Michael Van Gerwen, whenever they win a major, something big, they're already looking for the
30.
next major. If they've won the Worlds twice, they already think, I want to win it 3 times. I did feel like I had a moment of like, wow, that's it, Premier League champion. And part of me was like,
90.
in hindsight, I wish I looked back and thought, let's focus on Ali Pali now. Let's do this. So there was that moment there, but you know, I never really found out why it sort of went downhill so quickly after that. But
96.
thanks for the contact. Hopefully that answers your question.
Do you think maybe you questioned yourself too much? Because like you said, you're looking at them. What are they doing after they've won a major? You didn't have the answer, which might have just been enjoy the win, have a
77.
victory lap.
Tony require
Taking in.
138.
Yeah, I did overthink. You know, you do things right. And again, without boring people too much about why we enter into the realms of coaching, I don't want people to make the same mistakes I did. I started practicing thinking I was doing everything right. 129, he's still got a chance at the bull.
57.
One has
Tony
been a bit of a
requires
slow
60.
burner this game. Tony Newell's got 2 darts at tops for a 3-1 lead.
Game
What
show
a
the
wonderful
fourth
camera
leg.
angle that was.
Tony Newell.
He just sat that, he just followed that second dart in. That was the best start of the match so far, and it's 3-1 to Newell.
Quite nice
The
to
leg
see
is
you turn
willing to
over a
throw
new leaf as well,
first.
actually, because you
Game
said at the
on.
back end of that leg that you didn't want to sit boring people. You've been doing it for the last 25 years.
Just when you're beginning to be nice there, Matt, as well.
95.
Does a 180, I can assure you that Adam Warner isn't usually quiet. Well, tell me more.
100.
Well, come on, get the questions in. That does a 180. Give that MODUS Super Series a
100.
follow. Let's see the Edgar Massive and the Dozer Massive. Let's get the numbers up on that.
98.
At MSS Darts. Let's get some conversation. If you've got any question whatsoever of what you're seeing, any questions for the players,
136.
how they'll be feeling, any thoughts from us, any questions, get them into us.
I think one thing we're seeing here is an indication into what the rest of this week is going to be
101.
like.
Willem,
With
you're
these players that are in Group
170.
A, one thing that's really impressed me is the way in which they are bouncing back from setbacks. We saw Tony Newell lose his
96.
first game, then come back and win. He lost his last game 4-0. He's come out now and he's 3-1 up in this one. We've seen Adam Warner lose 4-0, then go on to win his next two games,
100.
including a
Willem, you're
4-0 victory over
74.
Richard Veenstra. So
It could be a very congestive group at the end of the day, especially if Luke wins his final game as well. It looks like there's nothing in it. It's considering at the beginning of it, you know, Landman came out the traps.
49. Tony require
So for the match.
102.
A 102 finish. First job done. A double 16 for the game.
86. Willem, you require 25.
I just didn't have any confidence in this. That leaves 7. He's all over the place. You know what that usually means?
21.
You usually ping it in.
Tony requires 16.
Double 8 for the match. That's a good marker for him.
Game shot.
In a match that was a bit of a real slow burner.
Tony Newell.
For Tony Newell, it was all about the 2 points. For Willem Mandigers, it's many, many questions he needs answering. But next up, it's Richard Veenstra against Luke Getty. See you soon.
Well, if this was an international team game, then the Dutch have just taken one hell of a beating in the last 3 matches. It's gone from demonic darts to kind of self-destruction from the Dutch players here at the Super Series. At the last one, Willem Mandigers beaten 4-1 by Tony Newell. Not the highest quality match, but a comfortable win for the Bear Newell in the end. That's after Adam Warner whitewashed Richard Veenstra and Chris Landman was beaten for the first time today against Luke Getty. An 84 checkout, though, the highlight for Tony Newell in that one, as he doubled his points tally for the day, leaving Mandigers stranded on 2 with just one win so far. Veenstra has a chance to end that trend and put things right. He was playing really well before that last match when he was beaten by Adam Warner. Did miss opportunities here in that second leg of the game. And Warner never looked back. As for Luke Getty, well, maybe can consider himself unlucky earlier on. This was his first win of the day when he beat Chris Landman, but he had missed match darts in his previous 2 matches. And a very impressive victory when then placed bottom, he beat top of the table. So we're going to have a look at that league table now. And you can see Chris Landman still top, but Adam Warner level on points with him. Veenstra and Newell on 4. Luke Getty has just the 1 win, but if he can carry on at the level, getting to that last leg and now getting over the line, if he can continue, then things might continue to change. So let's find out if this kind of unforeseen tungsten turnaround will continue. Will it be another win for Getty, or will Veenstra find that winning feeling once again? Let's find out in the company of our expert commentary team. Oh, sorry, Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason are off today. Back to Glenn and Matt Edgar.
Oh, ouch. Absolutely brutal. Well, I've given up trying to any sort of punditry on any of the results here, so I think we're going to need one of your top tips here. What are you going to go for in this match?
I don't think I could realistically at the moment go too much with Edgar's top tips, but I just feel like from what we've seen in the pattern of play of people bouncing back all the time rather than actually staying down,
Game on.
I think we could see Richard Veenstra really bounce back here and put in a good performance. We've seen very good darts from him today. 99.77, 3 180s.
80.
But 180s is something that's really dried up a little bit now. We've only seen 1 in the last 4 matches. And that went to Luke Getty, who is on your stage right now in the grey shirt. Did get victory in that game when he got the max. It was against Chris Landman. And I'll tell you what, actually, when you look at it, Luke Getty lost his first 3 matches. And when you lose those first 3 matches and you look what's left for the rest of your day,
60.
and you see you've got to play Richard Veenstra and Chris Landman, who have been the 2 probably standouts in terms of performance, you must think, I could be going home with nothing here.
It's a bit like the hare and the tortoise, really, wasn't it? I mean, Landman come flying out, but for me, Luke's the one who's finishing the strongest of the
85.
It wouldn't be such a big shock if he did beat Richard, but Richard is just one of them players when, you know, when they go in like this, he just makes the game look ridiculously easy. So it's a tough one to call. I think for the enjoyment of tomorrow in the group, you know, a victory for Luke would really, really
60. Richard, you've got 101.
congest this group. I mean, if you know, if Luke wins this one and
89.
Willem wins, I mean, there's going to be absolutely
156.
nothing between the whole, you know, the whole 6 players. So.
$55. Richard, you've required 12.
12 after 15 darts.
Game shown the first.
And when you looks in,
Richard
not a
Veenstra.
flicker of emotion, but inside it'd be like, get in there, because that was as close to double 10 as you'd want to be. And when it's your day, sometimes you just feel when they're going like that, it's your day.
I think if that was a football goal, we'd say that was in off the post.
VAR required. I've lost all interest in the World Cup all of a sudden.
And say if
40.
VAR get involved, then if it was anything like the other day, they might have said that one wasn't in. Some dodgy decisions on the VAR, but we won't be too bitter about that.
25.
We had a nice little tweet come in here as well from Carl Wilson, said it's nice to see us working together and
60.
our knowledge of the game, and he also sends a thanks for my YouTube video, said it's really helped his game massively.
83.
What was his name? Carl?
Carl, yeah.
Carl, if you want some real advice, contact me on Does a 180.
100.
The Daventry Open Christmas Handicap quarter-finalist. What does he know?
90.
How many times did we play each other? I remember once when you were rattling your darts behind me and I was getting frustrated with you. Is that the only time we ever
44.
played, or?
Look, you require 120.
I can't remember, to be honest.
Back to a treble 20.
21.
Frustrating with a capital F.
$99. Look, you require 99.
Start on the 19s.
21 scored.
78. He's all over the place. Treble 17. Oof.
33. Richard, you require 158.
When you just want the stage to swallow you up.
98.
And so
Look,
to
you
the
require
football.
66.
66. He's got two options here. Looks like he's going for the big 16. He's got one dart at tops.
26.
One dart at tops in a leg he
Richard, you
had
require 60.
really in his pocket alongside Whitlock.
50.
Frustrating
Look, you
for
require
both.
40.
Wow.
35. Richard,
Long
you
way off them,
require
wasn't
10.
they? They was nervy, edgy. And ever since I think you mentioned about that double five always going in, I don't think we've seen it being hit
Game
yet.
shot on the second leg. Richard Veenstra.
The curse.
Well, good does it.
Glenn I also feel like
So like it's
you might have
Richard
chucked
to
Luke
throw
Getty
first.
under the bus here
Game
as well,
on.
because you know he's going to go to the Open. I think it's a Wednesday night they get together to play that. And
28.
you know that Simon Whitlock's going to be all over him the second he walks. I'm not going to try the Australian accent, but
Good day, mate. What's your favourite colour, Blue?
100.
very stereotypical.
What's your favourite name, Sheila? I sat with Damon Hetter all, the last sort of 18 months of my PDC career. What a winner he is. That Australian mentality is absolutely unbelievable. And unfortunately, I've given him my outsider for Ali Pali. Because if he can transfer that floor form to the stage, he's my outsider to
40.
to win the Worlds this year. He's an incredible player.
Probably got enough time here to answer
30.
the tweet of Jack that has literally just came in. He said, "Who stood out for you today?" I think in level of performance and what is easiest on the eye for me
83.
is Richard Veenstra.
I'm going to go with Adam Warner. Didn't know an awful lot about him. I'm now a big fan of his. I just like everything about him. There's
60.
just him as a person. You know, he gave us his time this morning. Very softly spoken and someone who loves the game. Only been playing in it a year.
140.
You can see he's enjoying the moment. And yeah, for me, he's been the player of the day.
$55.
I'd like to
Richard
grab hold of
requires
Luke
70.
later. He needs a reset. He needs something now because everything about him is just negative. Everything about him is just wrong.
54.
And sometimes you just need that reset, whether it's a tile on the floor, a piece of carpet to look at, sing a song. You just need something to take him back because right now, all I'm feeling, all I'm getting from him is negativity.
16. Game show on the third leg.
Just shake
Richard
of the head there.
Veenstra.
Because it actually, Luke Getty at times today, I could have very easily answered that question. Who's been the player of the day has been Luke. That's the kind of group it's been today. So I think the most important thing right now is just get the points on the board. Don't worry about averages right now. And you know, for Richard, if he can get
140.
if he can get the necessary wins and really put him in a strong position ready for the next 2 days.
When you say about negativity, Mike
58.
Garrett has asked a question as well. Have you any thoughts on that all-in-one stem and flight setup? I believe that is in reference to what we're seeing at the moment with Luke Getty throwing.
80.
I'm not a fan. Have you got a opinion on it?
Them exact flights that Luke has thrown, someone gave me some to try.
100.
Like I said, you're talking to Mr. Old School here, who's used the same stems and pair flights for, for God knows how long. So I haven't really.
80.
But oh God, I'm probably going to get told off for the coaching thing. But part of the sessions, what we do is look at stems and flights and various tungsten that people use, and
140.
especially the younger players as well, as they just seem to be trying everything. But this is a preferred, use for many players now. Whatever works for them,
60.
really.
And I suppose until you got your sponsorship deal, you probably did use literally the same set of flights for many years, so you didn't have to buy another set.
83.
I used to go around the BDO and just sort of steal other people,
109.
Lovely setup, Luke
Ready to
Getty.
require
Well done.
120.
Stunning 120 finish to put to bed.
Veenstra.
A very disappointing Luke Getty there. Richard Veenstra, 3 wins out of 5 today. Job done. He'll be coming back super strong tomorrow. Next up, it's Tony Newell, Chris Landman.
So, victory for Veenstra to end his first day here at the MODUS Super Series, and a thumping win as well it was. 4-0 against Luke Getty. After that little dip, having lost his previous match 4-0 to Adam Warner, he came bouncing back. 120 checkout in there. Getty missing 4 darts at double in the game, but not able to reproduce the level that saw him defeat the league leader, Chris Landman. Let's take a look at that Group A table now as well. Landman still the league leader, but level on points with Veenstra, and defeat in his final match could see him slip below him on leg difference. We'll see if that happens, because he is about to play his last match of the day. He's taking on Tony Newell, who could actually go level with not only Landman but Veenstra and Warner as well if he wins this game. It's been a little bit of a seesaw day. It was looking like we were going to see a couple of players pull clear. They might well end up being the top 2 at the end of the day, but things might be changing, largely thanks to the result in this match. Now, Landman did produce a 60 and a 76 checkout. It looked like he'd wrestled the game away from Luke Getty at this point. He'd missed darts to lead 3-2. Landman got in front, but Getty managed to turn it around. And Tony Newell, well, he doubled his win tally for the day when he got the better of Willem Mandigers taking out the 84 in the second leg and then going on to seal the match on double 8. Well, let's see then if Newell can indeed make it a 4-way tie at the top temporarily with 4 men on 6 points, or can Landman put a little bit of daylight between himself and the rest of the field? Let's find out. Penultimate match of the day in the company of Glenn Durrant and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Chris. So which Chris Landman are we going to see? The guy we waxed lyrical about so much early doors, or the guy who looked pretty fatigued, tired in his last game and nowhere near his best? He's had his cheese sandwich. Has had enough for him to get that little bit of energy. It's a shame that Matt Edgar's had a cheese sandwich, because it's turned distinctly windy in here. Not impressed. And he had the audacity then to flick to me. What a disgusting young man.
First leg, it's Tony to throw first.
Are you listening, Jody?
Game on.
Well, that's something I never thought would make TV.
100.
Tony Newell hasn't been anywhere near his best. We're just listening to Chris there. He can, you know, just go join top of this group.
180.
Is that the answer? Go and get a cheese roll, everyone. Make sure you hit 180s.
140. 81.
Yeah, say Tony Newell's not been at his best. We know what his best is. His best is being a PDC Pro Tour card holder.
140.
Which, according to the system and the pyramid that is in place in World Darts, puts you as one of the best 128 players in the entire world. Which
Only
the world's quite a big place.
When I was asking him questions, I asked him a little bit, and he said, I'm surprised you don't know that, Glenn, because you've played me.
140.
Can't remember playing, but it was when I was just on fire in 2019. Funnily enough, I've had a question in on Twitter as well, which I'll come to after this leg.
85.
Yes, that one, that's slight. I think people get so concerned about busting there that you go ultra safe. So it looks like he's going to have one dart at tops for a holder throw.
24.
The wire.
Which requires 55.
And for a break. And a move already. Goes big.
35.
Just doesn't seem to be following them in now.
Only require 40.
That one completely just bounced off the dart that was already in place
Game
there.
shot in the first
Tony
leg.
Newell steps in
Tony
and
Newell.
holds on to his throw. He had to survive a little bit of a scare there. Chris Landman, obviously the big 5, meant he only had 2
So
darts at the
Chris
double
to
rather
throw
than the
first.
3. And could have done with that extra dart after ploughing into that first one and it just bouncing into the
59.
big 20.
Yes, we've had a message on Twitter, so get the questions into us. We're happy to discuss anything, happy to answer anything. We've had a question from Glenn Durrant.
100.
Have you ever played Matthew Edgar? Yeah, funny you should say that. I've played him 3 times and beat him 3 times. 6-0, 6-0 and 6-3. So thanks for your question, Glenn Durrant. Glad to answer.
I don't remember any 6-0s.
95.
Glenn shows him. Evidence B. Right in the middle there.
100.
I remember the...
Where you're rattling the darts behind me.
I remember the 2. I remember the first one because I think that might have been when you was first seeded. And I think I went like 5-2 or 5-3 up and you just robbed it.
59.
Yeah, I don't remember that middle one.
It's going to be an interesting day for Tony if he walks out with 3 wins. He probably knows he hasn't been at his best. He's probably thinking, I've got away with it here. And there's certainly more to come from him for that.
100.
Landman did start the day so well. Just not quite.
60. Which require 98.
Not quite continued for him in the same vein. This will get him back on track.
60. Tony require
Tony Newell
130.
130. This is a nice shot for a dart player. It's straight down that vertical line. And he's lost the vertical line. The vertical line is the first thing you will learn as a dart player.
55.
He wasn't
This
able to
requires
stay straight.
38.
This should be a level game. Is he going straight for it? He is. He's going to get one more dart.
Game
That's all
shot
he
the
needs.
second
Level
leg.
game.
Chris Landman.
On a piece.
Sometimes you think you've got Chris Landman, the Richard Veenstra, but just all of a sudden you look up and they're so quick that they're
Third
picking the
against
darts
Tony
out
to
for a
throw
double there. They seem to
first.
come
Game
from
on.
nowhere. Look at the way that angle comes in there.
86.
Sometimes when you get a little bit of a let off, like Landman's had, you sort of really then start to find your best.
Let off. Come on.
100.
I'm a bit worried now if Luke Getty goes to the
60.
darts with Simon Whitlock this week. We haven't...
60.
It just needs something, needs a spark from one of them here because the prize for Chris Landman is 4 wins out of 5. That is huge on day 1. For Tony to have 3 wins and not be at your best, that also would be huge. This is all to play for. I think I'd have gone downstairs on the last start, but the only beauty of hitting the 5 there is the fact he still leaves a finish. I would use the bullseye here, but it doesn't sort of go around the board so much.
170.
But on that time it does. So 170. It's always nice to see this finish.
93.
If you're wondering why he brings the 19s into it, two treble 19s there would have left a double 18. So this is a big finish. 42. 6 of the 10 you would expect. Double 16.
70. Tony requires 77.
So for this, it'll be treble 19. That's the perfect. And that is just an awful dart. The size of that barrel, surely. How on earth has that got through there?
Newell.
But he didn't move. He knows his game a hell of a lot better than I do. And that was a massive dart at double 10. Could be a big turning point, not only for this match, but also for this group.
140.
Yeah, you can start to look at the league table and see how it's panning out at this sort of time of a group. The ending games of today and sort of the first 2-3 games tomorrow is where we're going to start really shaping the group to see who is playing for what. The best thing you can be is in the running. Can't have it won after the first 6 or 7 games, but you can have it lost.
100.
Yeah, I always look forward to moving Tuesday. And like I said, a lot of these debutants know what to expect now.
81.
It'd be great to chat with them just before play tomorrow. If you have any questions, please follow MSS Darts.
70.
The beauty of having me and Matt here this week. We may not be the dream team, but we do like our social media. We do like our interaction
100.
with the dart fans out there. And we are prepared to answer anything.
41. Christian require 80.
Plenty of time on his hands. He's earned that though. Because after 12 darts, he's left himself a 2-darter. Will return. Possibly will return twice if he needs to. Very not happy with the 5s. He will. Chris Landman's got 6 darts if he needs them. To polish off this 20. Level up the game. He couldn't have got any closer than that second dart without it going in.
2 double 10s that I didn't expect to go in. One from Newell and one from Landman.
5th leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
Mid-80 average here for Chris. Sort of a job well done right now. But if he's going to win this match, he has to break Tony. And Tony's looking pretty solid.
45.
But there's his opportunity. What he'd give for a 140 right now.
What about a max?
180.
The second 180 of the game for Chris Landman.
The dulcet tone of Owen Binks there.
180.
The first.
Right on cue.
First one there for Tony Newell. This
100.
game is warming up. They both are sensing the importance. It is time to start moving. It is time to start producing.
What's fascinating is
38.
I've never sort of really thought an awful lot about averages and how it, but just to see what an effect a 180 does. So from 89, it jumps to 93, just because of one massive score there. 180, 100, 180.
60.
When you need to
Which
break
require
someone,
41.
not only do you break them, can you do it in 11 darts?
Game
Phenomenal
shot the
leg
fifth
of darts, Chris Landman.
Chris Landman.
Exactly what you required, exactly at the right time. Just see out the match for 4 wins out of 5.
Six leg is Chris to throw first.
Job
Game
very,
on.
very well done.
140.
He has found not an extra gear, he's found a turbo.
Yes, all about time in darts. Not a word of use today, but
45.
a word you'll hear a lot from me and Matt this week. A 2-2, it just needed something. And the timing, it's just...
135.
He's put the afterburners on and he's just gone from 180 ton, 180 finish to 140, 135. And an average in the early 80s to an average of mid-90s.
140.
This is impressive. 2 180s in the last leg. This leg, 140, 135, 140. He's following up a 12 dart leg with potentially an 11.
Incredible.
70.
He will return. He's earned the opportunity. 16 points away from another 2 points.
85. Chris requires 16.
Breathtaking last 2 darts from Chris Landman.
Chris Landman.
He takes the day with 4 wins. He'll sit top of the table overnight. Very impressive. Once the afterburners went on, it was a first-class virtuoso performance from Chris Landman. Job well done. Final game coming up. Adam Warner, Willem Mandigers.
Chris Landman back in business, as was Richard Veenstra in the match before, all down to a cheese sandwich, apparently. Landman managing to produce a really good display in that previous match to end his day on a high, a 4-2 win over Tony Newell. The doubling as well wasn't great from Landman in that game. He's missed 13 darts there, but still managed to post an average north of 93 in a match that included 5 maximums, which had been a little bit of a rarity until that game. So really good power scoring from Landman in particular in that one, and he will lead the league table overnight. There you see, 8 points, 4 wins from 5. But he could be joined on the same amount of points. So Warner, even with a whitewash win again, couldn't bridge the leg difference for now. But what a position he could put himself into in this next match. Adam Warner taking on 5th place Willem Mandigers, who is looking to avoid dropping to 6th overnight, which could happen as well on leg difference. Luke Getty probably hoping for that outcome. But Adam Warner, well, he was sensational in his last match. A 4-0 whitewash win over Richard Veenstra, completed with that excellent 107 checkout. As for Mandigers, well, he had an opportunity to stay in it against Tony Newell, but made a mess of this 25 and paid the price as Newell achieve victory in that one. Right, the last match of the day. Can Adam Warner win for the 4th time and go level with Landman on points at the top of the table? Let's find out with Glenn and Matthew.
Thank you, Chris. My player of the day, Adam Warner. I think he's been absolutely fantastic, and a victory here over Willem would cement a fantastic morning's work. For Willem, he's got the pedigree, I promise you. He's got real talent. Openly admitted to me that he hasn't played a lot of darts over the past couple of years, and during COVID didn't pick his darts up at all. And today, he's been below average. He started off really well, but I had a couple of problems. But final game of the day, it's been a brilliant morning of darts. Adam Warner was sensational, Matt, in his last game. He'll be riding the crest of a wave right now.
Yep, best performance of the day so far for him, a 91 average and 4-0 victory over Richard Veenstra. I think it's not so much the average, I think it's who he beat. He mentioned to us this morning about playing against players that, or being in the room with same people that he's seen on TV for many years. Richard Veenstra will be one of those players because he's been Lakeside Furniture.
100.
Yeah, an absolutely fantastic response to our Twitter message. So I'm going to throw a couple of questions to you. Favourite dart venue in the BDO and TDC?
45.
Winter Gardens, Blackpool.
Agree.
But
in the BDO, definitely the Lakeside. Everything it shouldn't be, because the place is quite a disappointment when you go in there, but the atmosphere is something I don't think I'll ever see again, really. Maybe the Circus Tavern will get close to that. As Adam Warner once again just peppers that treble 20 bed. Just listen about your mindset after the Premier League, Glenn. Do you think COVID affected you at all? Definitely not. 100%, nothing at all to do with COVID, all to do with me. 140 is all about just throwing the darts exactly straight, which sounds absolutely stupid 54. And obvious. But just sit above that treble 20 bed when you want 140. Just where that is there, and then you just follow the darts in.
97. Adam, you require 86.
Mr. Edgar. Loving the commentary. Thanks for listening, guys. As we just look for this double 16 from Warner.
Game
absolutely solid.
Adam
absolutely superb. And I'll just correct something where I've been saying on commentary he's only been playing a year. He hasn't. He's been playing longer than that. He's been playing
Willem to throw
for fun, certainly in the Sheffield University we've chatted about. But he decided a year ago he's going to do a bit of travelling in the UK on the ADC. And that's only been sort of 12 months experience sort of travelling about. So apologies if people were offended with that, because I've been corrected a couple of times. I know you're saying, Glenn, he's been playing longer than a year. But the inexperience hasn't shown today. And he's definitely my player of the day. I'd like to hear our thoughts on double finishes rather than the traditional treble double example. So double.
60.
Any thoughts on that?
I traditionally don't go for them unless I'm doing an exhibition or I'm playing subscribers on YouTube. Other than that,
140.
I don't do it in a match, but I can see kind of the reasoning for it. Obviously, it's a bigger target, but I'd prefer to just
40.
stay traditional.
And I think if someone's on a finish, it makes sense to do it. If someone's on 200 plus, just keep it nice. Just play the percentages. Would be my sort of response to that. Final question here.
84.
How do you take your Super League game onto a county stage?
I think the issue with that question is the fact that there's two games.
56.
You've got a Super League game and a county game. It should be, how do I play my best darts? And my instant thing there is you've got a split mind, because I'm sure you probably also said something along the lines of, how can I play so well in practice but I can't translate it to a match? Because again, we've got a difference between the two. So yeah, there'll be needing to be some work within the processes and certainly within the preparation before those games.
122 is treble 18. Some people like the bull there, but that gives you an opportunity of another treble 18 for the bull.
97.
Went all Alan Warren
Will
there,
you
didn't
require 88?
Again, another one-screen bull this time.
38.
Got a couple of bounce outs today, but
Adam, you
clearly wasn't in the ball.
25.
Well, Adam, you've impressed me today, but these are the types of finishers that impress me even more. These two dart combinations when you've got a chance to really hurt your opponent.
Game shown the
Clinical,
second there.
decisive,
Adam Warner.
impressive.
And Willem will be hurting, because when you look back to his last 3 matches, he has only won
Third leg,
2
Adam
legs.
to throw
He won
first.
1 leg against Richard Veenstra. He lost 4-0 to Chris Landman, and he lost 4-1 to Tony Newell. And that is why we had that massive market move
140.
in this game. Before we started play this morning, Willem Mandigers 3-10, Adam Warner 12-5.
137.
That moved into near enough even money, which in terms of a market move is the biggest market move I have ever seen since I have been involved with the Super Series,
95.
which is the whole of 2022.
Remember, be gambling aware, be 18 plus, be gambleaware.org.
60.
But yeah, I think Willem Mandigers, I was concerned when he come to see us. He kindly gave us his time, and the vibe I got from him, you didn't get it as much as me. The vibe I got from him, he wasn't 100% certain about how his game is and what the performances were going to be like today. The Willem Mandigers I know would breeze through a lot of these games. That's the type of dart, of the guy. That seems to be. I think we've used the word match sharp. And what's the best way of getting match sharp? 5 days here at the MODUS Super Series. Who's going to benefit the most this week? Possibly the 2 guys you're looking at, with the inexperience of Adam, who was absolutely relishing the chance and loving every second, and Willem, who could potentially play himself into some form. Let's see what this week brings. Come and see us on Saturday night. Get your tickets, they're absolutely free. Dartshop.tv.
34.
Let's get a full crowd in on Saturday night before the Christmas break. Me and Edgar will stick our head out and say hello. And 99.
72.
Not a double we love.
William, you require 94.
99. So we talked about the double earlier. Is it potentially? It is.
54.
There's your answer to your question. There's sometimes the time and a place when your opponent's on a finish for a double. Had he been on 200 plus, I wouldn't have gone that way. That's the hard part done on 9. Like that. I really like that. So double 4. Great marker.
5.
Execution just off.
40.
Now, come on, Willem. You need something. You need a catalyst for tomorrow. And when you're losing, you dart get that close,
Game
but
shot
that is a
the third
phenomenal
leg.
last dart. We've seen
Willem
some beautiful
Mandigers.
double tens with last darts in the past couple of minutes. Just what he needed. He needs to go to bed tonight with some hope and expectation for the weekend, because
Willem to throw first.
if he goes with a 1-win, 4-loss ratio, could be a long, long week for him. But like I said, I'll stand by the thing that I said. He's the type of player who could play
137.
himself into form and still be very dangerous when it comes to Saturday night.
I don't think it's just the defeats for Willem that would be the concern. It's the manner of which they have been coming. They have been heavy defeats. And that was such a big, important dart there for Willem. So he's only got 2 legs out of his last 3 games. He does not want a heavy defeat here to Adam as well. It will literally eliminate any hope, really, of being able to qualify
33.
through this group. And it will start slimming his chances down in terms of that 2nd and 3rd position. And we start looking at that Group B. And when he was throwing at those doubles, you sort of felt like he wasn't throwing with expectation or
100.
confidence. There was a lot of hope.
I'm going to change my bio to Glenn Durrant as an Adam Warner fan. Super impressed with the guy.
60.
Everything about him. If you're wondering why he's blown his hands, it's not the warmest venue on a Monday in here. Like I said, that's where the crowd comes as well. There's so much heat from there, but he's playing on the best stage he's ever played on. That's for sure. And quite rightly, he's enjoying every second. So 2-7-1. Why is he going on 19s? Because if he'd have had a treble there, he could have brought the bullseye into play to leave the big fish.
58. Adam, you're 136.
Advantage Warner.
Here is race down to the finishing stage of this leg.
58.
Any thoughts on his darts? Is it me, or is that a very old tungsten, or...
It strikes me, knowing his story, as this is just a set of
46.
darts that
And
he was
you're
given or he
78.
picked up in his uni days, and they worked for him, and he's just stuck with them.
Lovely dart. Double 12.
Game shown the 4th leg.
Impressive
Adam
stuff from the young man. He's having a day to remember. Another victory here, and he would cement joint top with Chris Landman.
It's Adam
And he
to
took that this morning.
Game on.
Well, I think he's earned himself a lot of respect, and it'll be interesting to see how it goes in terms of the prices. When we look at Group A, this morning he was 25 to 1, the biggest outsider to win this group.
100.
And to win the week, you could have this morning got odds of 40 to 1. I think that's going to go down by at least
97.
half overnight.
And that's why the MODUS Super Series, we've talked about pathways, opportunities. You know, these players wouldn't have had these opportunities years gone by. And all of a sudden now, we're seeing someone like Adam Warner come through the system
135.
by the ADC and getting this opportunity this weekend. And, you know, people know who he is now.
55.
Yeah, he's putting in a mightily fine performance in the scoring phase. Very, very impressive. And he's just
99.
grown into the day. 91 in his last, and that was the best we've seen of him so far. He's now running at 93, and that is an average that is
39.
climbing.
Adam, you're
Willem is
167.
in trouble. He could be ending the day with just 3 legs from his last 4 matches.
97.
An 86 finish in this one.
60.
You take out the 70. It will be the match. He's only thrown 12 darts in this leg.
Yeah, 38 scored.
Just checking it's in the 20. 38 leaves him 32.
54.
An area of the board he has really enjoyed playing in. Good success rate over there. Willem a long way back. Nothing he can really do here.
105. Adam, you require
Match
60.
starts.
Game shot
And
out the
Adam came
match.
into the day the biggest
Warner.
outsider in Group A, 25 to 1. The biggest outsider of the week at 40 to 1. He's having another dance. There must be something about Chris Murphy he likes, certainly sharing the Sheffield vibe, which is where Adam is from. A solid performance there to wrap up the day, and that is his best performance of the day. Something we actually said in his last game. It was his best performance of the day. Some more points on the board. He's earned some respect. He's caught the eye of Glenn Durrant, and he ends the day with a nice healthy hole of points.
Yeah, dancing towards the top of the table there, Adam Warner. We'll talk about him first, Glenn. One to watch, not just in terms of this week, but in the future.
Player of the day for me. I've mightily impressed. Everything about him, from his demeanour to just having a chat with him. He's a nice person who's done really well today, and he's enjoying every moment.
Yeah, we'll have a look at the league table now. He does go on to 8 points, level with Landman at the top, but that excellent leg difference for Landman keeps him in P1. Richard Veenstra in third spot, winning 3 of his matches. But another player I wanted to talk about is the man at the bottom, Willem Mandigers, because you've said that it's not the player you expected to see. A little worried for him?
Very. I had a chat with him before, and I was, my concerns were sort of magnified a little bit there. He's a better player than what you've seen today. I think he showed glimpses in the first game. He's not match sharp. He could play himself into form, is the only positive I can give him right now.
Well, let's talk about the man at the top of the table then, Chris Landman, who made a flying start to the day. He won that match 4-3 against Richard Veenstra. How much confidence do you think that gave him? Because he won the next 2 4-0.
They're friends. That would have been a tough game. It's very, very difficult. And they were the 2 class acts going into today's competition. So that was a big win for him. I knew he was playing well. Everything he's done today sort of confirmed that.
Yeah, and a little maybe midday dip for the pair of them, actually. Do you put his recovery down to a cheese sandwich?
I've just bought 4, so I'm going to get myself ready for the world seniors with 4 cheese baps.
Well, we're going to get ourselves ready for tomorrow, so do join us for the resumption of Group A, 9:30 AM live on Sporty Stuff TV, and of course the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, where Landman leads the way.